Good morning, everyone. Today, as the court had announced earlier, this court trying international and cross-border crimes will render the verdict in RP 0031/2019/HCCE. It's a case with Sabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and his 20 co-accused. Different crimes related to terrorism. They're also the party that wants compensation, about 94 of them. Here is what I want to reiterate for those who don't know this. The trial has three parts. The nature of the case, where the court gives a summary of this case or the issues in this case. The other part is how the proceedings are conducted, the indictment by the prosecution, the evidence they put forth, and the defense, how the accused defend themselves. The other part then is, we call them the analysis of the case, which is a part where answers are given to what the defense did, and this is done in relation with the law. And then there is a verdict. I'm saying this because the case is long, so we cannot read everything. We will first read the nature of the case. It's a summary of the issues in the case. And then we read the analysis of the issues and the position of the court on the evidence given, and then we read the decision. So without further ado, I will ask my colleagues to start reading. We will reading one after another because there's a lot to be read. Microphone, please. This court that tries this international and cross-border crimes, seated in Kigali, trying these criminal proceedings, is going to render a verdict in this case, RP HCCIC, today, September 20th, 2021. As follows. The case between the prosecution and versus Sabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, Nsengimana Herman, Rusesabagina Paul, Nizeyimana Marc, Bizimana Kassia, Matakamba Jean Beckmans, Shabani Emmanuel, Nibiramira Innocent, Yokusenge Jean-Claude, Nikuzwe Simeon, Nabanganyimana Joseph, Sanzubukire Félicien, Munyaneza Anastase, Yamuremye Emmanuel, Nirora Marcel, Shimimana Emmanuel, Kwitonda André, Akizimana Théogène, Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, Mukanduti Angelina, and Nsabimana Jean Damascene. In this case, we also have the party that claims compensation. There are 94 of them. Here is the nature of this case. Since 1994, Some Rwandans fled the country, went to different countries, including the DRC. Upon arrival, they set up different armed groups that are fighting the government of Rwanda. In the year 2000, they created Force démocratique pour la libération du Rwanda, FDLR, which had an armed wing, which is Force combattante abacunguzi, FOCA. In the trials in different courts, including the Supreme Court, it was established that FDLR was a terrorist organization, and its members were found guilty of being members of those organizations and conducting terrorist activities. In addition to those trials, that FDLR was on a list of terrorist organizations, put on that list by the UN Security Council on 31st December 2012. And some of its leaders, like Ignace Murwanashyaka and Musoni Straton, were put on that list, and they were tried by a court in Germany, and they were found guilty. One was sentenced to 13 years, the other 8 years in jail. In 2016, FDLR, there was a conflict within the FDLR, and then it split in two. Some of the fighters joined Ndagijimana Laurent's wing, Ndagijimana Wilson Irategeka. He had started the CNRD Ubwiyunge organization. And during the negotiations of 4th July 2017 between Wilson Irategeka and Rusesabagina Paul, CNRD Ubwiyunge party and the political wing called Pederi Humure started a coalition called MRCD, Mouvement Rwandais pour le Changement Démocratique. And on 18th March 2018, RRM organization formed by Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, joined that coalition. And then there was a leadership that was created, and Paul Rusesabagina became president. Laurent Ndagijimana, aka Wilson Irategeka, became first vice president. Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, became second vice president. They agreed that Pederi Humure would be in charge of international cooperation, foreign affairs, and fundraising, and CNRD would be in charge of the armed activities, and RRM was in charge of communication. And on 15th July 2018, MRCD issued a communiqué saying that they were creating an armed wing called Force de Libération Nationale, FLN, with the mission to dismantle the RPF rule by all means, including war. MRCD FLN, once it was started, its leaders recruited more fighters from refugee camps, Rwanda's refugee camps in the DRC and in other countries. And they also raised funds from different communities of Rwandans around the world. And thanks to those funds, they purchased weapons, communications equipment, and food for their fighters. During that year, 2018, FLN started attacking Rwanda, launching attacks on Rwandan territory on 19th and 1st July 2018, they attacked in Nyabimata sector. 15 July 2018, they attacked in Kivu sector in Nyaruguru district. And on 15th December 2018, they attacked in Nyungwe forest in Kitabi sector in Nyamagabe district. In 2019, FLN continued its attacks in Rusizi district. In June 2019, they attacked in Nyakarenzo sector in Karangiro community and Ruongwe. In July 2019, again, they attacked in Karangiro. And in late September 2019, they attacked in Nyakarenzo sector at a place called Kuchapa. On 19th October 2019, they launched a grenade in Kamembe sector. All those attacks had consequences on the residents and their property. Some of the residents were killed, others were injured, and others became handicapped. They burnt houses and cars, public transportation cars, and private vehicles. They looted shops and they abducted individuals, forced them to carry their loot all the way to the Nyungwe forest, where they released some while others are still missing. The attacks were conducted, and Rusesabagina Paul and Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, FLN spokesman, and Sengimana Herman, who replaced him, through communiques on international media and social media, they said they claimed responsibility for those attacks in Cyangugu, Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru, Bugesera, and Huye. They warned people from getting anywhere close to Nyungwe forest because they said there was fighting going on, and they urged the population to disassociate themselves from the government and support FLN. Those attacks and the atrocities committed during those attacks were the basis for the prosecution to accuse Sabimana Sankara Calixte in a case where that was merged with the Herman and the case of Rusesabagina Paul and his 17 co-accused. And it was also merged with Saimana Jean Damascene's case. The charges included forming an illegal militia, being members of a terrorist organization, killing, beating, and injuring, arson as acts of terrorism. In this case, we also have more than 90 people who want compensation based on the prosecution's case because of their loved ones who were killed during those attacks and all the atrocities they were subjected to, and also for their property that was damaged and or looted. The evidence put forth by the prosecution include the statements by those who were arrested, the statements by the accused, different reports by local entities that prove that there were attacks. It's also based on medical reports that clarify, that give information about those who were killed and those injured. It's also based on photos of the property that were burnt down. It's also based on evidence from FLN communiques and information from Rusesabagina Paul's laptop during a search in his house in Belgium there are documents about the money transferred to FLN, communication from the telephone, YouTube, videos, etc. Many of the accused admit that they were members of FLN, FOCA, and FDLR, but that they did not know they were terrorist organizations. They also say that they were not part of those who attacked Rwanda, and that they did not play any role whatsoever in those. They also say that they agree that people need to be compensated, but those who played a role in those attacks should be answerable to that and pay those compensations. But they also say that they reject the legitimacy of the charges. They reject the evidence put forth. Before the trial, the accused expressed their objections, including that by Paul Rusesabagina, about the jurisdiction of the court. The court examined that objection and decided that they had jurisdiction over this case and that there was no reason to transfer the case to Belgian courts. They also examined the objection that was expressed about Rusesabagina's imprisonment, because they were saying that he was abducted, but the court rejected that point because there was no force or abduction or any violation of any country's sovereignty. The court has also examined the fact that Rusesabagina Paul decided to not attend his trial, and the court decided that the trial will go on, but that he had the right to appear in court for as long as the court was being conducted, and for as long as he was not present, he would be informed of the next hearings. He would be informed of all the court proceedings. He would be updated. The court examined the objection that when by Nsanzubukire Felicien, Munyanez Anastase, who want to be temporarily to be released on a provisional basis, and they decided that they remain in prison. The issues addressed in this case include that to know whether those members who were members of FLN and FOCA, and to know whether those were illegal militia and terrorist organizations. The court analyzes whether or not the accused were members of those organizations, whether or not the activities by those organizations, whether or not the accused should answer for that, and answer for the killing, beating, and injuring and terrorist activities, or if those activities should be examined in relation to terrorist laws. It also examines whether or not a member of a founder of a terrorist organization or its leader should be held accountable when it comes to supporting those organizations. The court also analyzes whether or not the accused have the same interest, so we know that the fees they need to pay should be the same. The court also analyzes whether there is proof that those who seek compensation have the right to claim that compensation and to know those who should pay those. The analysis of the issues at stake in this case and about the criminal proceedings, the origin and the creation of MRCD and how its armed wing FLN conducted attacks in Rwanda since 2018. Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, left Rwanda in 2013. Once he arrived in South Africa, he joined Rwanda National Congress, RNC, an organization that fights the government of Rwanda. He became the youth coordinator within RNC in South Africa. In 2017, he left that organization, and together with his colleagues, they formed RRM, which later on merged with Pedere Homure and Senerde Ugiyunge within the MRCD that later on created FLN as its armed wing. And Rusesabagina Paul, since 2009, he started creating an armed group within his Pedere Homure party. He contacted Habiyaremye Noel from the FDLR, but it did not work because that individual was arrested in Burundi or was extradited to Rwanda. And his idea to start an armed wing of his party continued until he merged with Senerde Ugiyunge that had FDLR fighters within itself. Now, Rusesabagina Paul collaborated with FDLR, and this is proven by witnesses who were heard by the court. And those are Habiyaremye Noel and Dr. Michel Martin. Habiyaremye Noel, in his testimony, explained that when he was member of FDLR, Paul Rusesabagina asked him to help him recruit from within FDLR so he can start a Pedere Homure armed wing. He explained to him that his party could not do any politics without an armed wing. He also explained that he also asked him to go to Burundi to meet with General Adolphe Nshimirimana, which he did, and he went to Burundi together with Nyeture and Tarsis. They had left FDLR already. But once they arrived in Burundi, in Bujumbura, they met that general, requested him to assist them with weapons and access so they can to facilitate their attacks, which he agreed to. He explained that they reported to Rusesabagina Paul and said that they had a communications issue. Then Rusesabagina sent him money through Western Union, but when they were right after withdrawing the money, they were arrested and transferred to Rwanda. He also confirmed that during that Burundi trip, Rusesabagina is the one who had given him the means to travel, because he had sent him $2,000 through Minani Innocent, who was in Belgium, but that he had also sent him more money personally. Michel Martin, in her testimony in this court, she confirmed that Rusesabagina cooperated with FDLR. She explained that she came to know that thanks to Prudence Rubingisa, her colleague, whom she helped to communicate through email. And that's how she came to read about 33 emails between him and a person called an FDLR fighter from the Congo. She also said that those emails were known to Paul Rusesabagina. She also said that she saw emails to Paul Rusesabagina, Paul himself, involving money that was to be sent to FDLR. His trip to South Africa, when he met Murwanashyaka to talk about how they can buy weapons as well. In her testimony, she said that she once met Rubingisa, who told her that he once collaborated with an FDLR official for up to 3 years. But Rusesabagina tried to not be seen, but it did not work out. When she found out that Rubingisa collaborated with FDLR, that witness informed the U.S. government. In 2010, the prosecution opened this dossier about Paul Rusesabagina about creating an illegal armed wing from his Pederi Homure, thanks to fighters from FDLR. In 2012, the prosecution sent the dossier to its Belgian counterpart so they could apprehend him. And after the terrorist attacks by FLN in 2018, the prosecution opened another dossier, which was brought before this court, and it involved Rusesabagina and his co-accused for terrorist activities. The prosecution again asked the Belgian prosecution to conduct an investigation about Rusesabagina and interrogate him about those charges. He was interrogated, his house was searched, and the results were shared with the Rwandan prosecution, which it used as evidence in this case. The court finds that after Pederi Homure, led by Rusesabagina Paul, merged with CNRD Ubwiyunge, led by General Lohanda Gijimana, aka Wilson Irategeko Rumbago, and started MRCD coalition, RRM, led by Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, also merged or joined that coalition. And then they created FLN armed wing with fighters from FDLR Foka and others who were recruited later on, like those sent by RRM. From June 2018 to October 2019, FLN launched attacks in Kivu sector, Nyabimata, in Nyaruguru, in Nyungwe Forest, in Kitabi sector, in Nyamagabe district, and Rusizi district, and they killed civilians and injured others, and others were crippled, and they burned people's property, including vehicles and public transportation vehicles, and they looted property and abducted civilians. And after those attacks, Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Paul Rusesabagina were heard on radio stations and social media bragging about the attacks, saying that FLN had done that, and that the FLN had been given the mission to carry out those attacks and to use all means possible to remove the Rwandan government. The prosecution accused Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Paul Rusesabagina based on the fact that Nsabimana Calixte and Paul Rusesabagina were among the founders of MRCD that created FLN armed wing. It accuses them of forming an illegal militia, FLN, and of being members of a terrorist organization, MRCD FLN. It's also based on the attacks carried out by FLN in different regions of the country, and based on their killing of up to 9 people, beating and injuring, arson. They burned down houses and vehicles, looting and abducting people illegally, forcing them to carry their loot. They released some, but others are still missing, and all those are terrorist acts. Specifically, they accused Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, to have a relationship with foreign entities, receiving money and telephone that were used in terrorist activities, and spreading wrong information, denying the genocide against Tutsis, treason and incitement to terrorism, terrorism for political reasons, and using wrong documents in his activities, smearing the government of Rwanda. It accuses Rusesabagina of supporting FLN because he gave them money to buy weapons and communications equipment. Want to know whether Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Paul Rusesabagina formed an illegal militia, FLN, and if they were members of a terrorist organization called MSD FLN. About their charges against them, the court finds that Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, during the trial, he admitted that his party was member of MRCD, which had a military wing called FLN. He also admits that he was second vice president of that coalition and spokesman of FLN armed wing, and that he recruited and sent 30 fighters to that military wing. The court finds that what he admits is what he had admitted during the prosecution and during the investigation, and when he was during the decision for his detention. He explained how they created MRCD and how its military wing was created, how he recruited up to 30 young men from RRM, and he admits how he collaborated with officials from Burundi and Ugandan governments while trying to find support for the FLN. The courts find that what he admits about the creation of MRCD and FLN, the military wing, recruiting fighters for that military organization, and being the MRCD and FLN spokesman, was also corroborated by Paul Rusesabagina, confirmed by him during the investigation when he said that RRM of Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, joined MRCD and they created FLN, and that there were fighters that were brought by Saimana Calixte's party organization, and that Saimana Calixte was the one appointed spokesman for MRCD FLN. It also finds that Sengimana Herman from RRM during the trial explained that Saimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was the one who encouraged him to join the FLN military organization, telling him that his political party had joined MRCD coalition. He explained that when he joined FLN, Calixte gave him transport money from Uganda to the DRC, and that he is the one who introduced him to General Jeva, and that he also recruited and sent 30 young men and sent them to that organization. And he's the one who requested to be the information commissioner from MRCD. He also explained that Sankara, when he was apprehended, General Wilson Irategeka made him the spokesman for MRCD's FLN. He said that it was according to the agreement with FLN. He explained this during the trial, and this is what he had said during the investigation. And he had said this to the prosecution and during the discussion about provisional detention. It also finds that Sergeant Mutaga Pierre Claver, During the investigation, he had explained that Sankara had encouraged him to join these organizations fighting the Rwandan government, asking him to find the survivors of the genocide who had some military training, and of having joined MRCD military training. He explained that he encouraged him to conduct activities like spreading tracts, destroying bridges, killing local leaders and military leaders. And he said that those activities started in late 2017 up to June 2018. And he also explained that as he encouraged them to join FLN, he sent him 110,000 francs so he can travel from Rwanda. He also said that a certain Kayitare Jean-Pierre and Nsengiyumva Paul were encouraged to join that organization. Apart from those statements, there are communiques that prove that Nsemaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, was a member of MRCD and FLN and the founder of FLN. The communique of 18th March 2018, signed by Rusesabagina Paul, Nsemaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Wilson Irategeka, prove that IRM had joined MRCD coalition. There's another communique from 15th July 2018 that says that MRCD leaders have created FLN as a military wing. It was signed by him as second vice president of MRCD and FLN spokesman. The court, based on Article 110 of the law about evidence, it provides that admitting in a trial, when an accused admits in a trial of their representative, of their attorney admits that, those statements can be used against the person who says that. And Article 119 and 108 about the criminal proceedings says that evidence can be based on anything that was done and was said, so long as the parties have discussed those, and it finds that the evidence in this trial prove that Nsemaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, is one of the FLN military wing founders and was a member of MRCD FLN. Paul Rusesabagina, who did not attend these proceedings, who refused to defend himself, during the investigation on 31st June 2020, he accepted that his party PDR Humure merged with CNRD Ubwiyunge, led by Wilson Irategeka, and they started a MRCD coalition. He said that in March 2018, RRM, led by Nsemaimana Calixte, aka Sankara, joined that coalition, and they formed a military wing that they called FLN. It finds that he said that the bulk of FLN fighters came from CNRD Ubwiyunge, and others came from Rwanda, in Rwandan refugee camps, and others were brought by RRM of Sankara. He also said that MRCD FLN's mission was to raise awareness with the international community, with the Rwandans community, so they can know that the refugees needed to repatriate by all means, through negotiations or through armed activities.
When Rusesabagina was being questioned by the prosecution, he said that he cooperated with Wilson, and in their agreements they had to form an armed group. When it reached in March 2018, they signed an agreement with the party of Sankara, RLM, which also brought its youth. So the youth who were in the armed group joined, and they were the leaders of the parties of MRCD, and they asked the soldiers who were in RCD to get the name, and they called them FLN. They brought the idea, they also approved it. On the 14th of September 2020, when Rusesabagina was facing justice for the temporary detention, he was asked if he accepted the crimes that he was being accused of, and he said that he had already answered to the investigators, and if necessary, he would respond during his process. Besides what Rusesabagina Paul said, there are those who accused him of forming MRCD, including Sabimana Calixte, alias Sankara, who was the second vice president and the spokesperson of FLN. And in the investigation, when he was being questioned, and even in the process in detail, he said that Rusesabagina Paul is one of the founders and also the founders of the terror group of FLN. So in the investigation, he also accepted that MRCD was part of the political party led by Rusesabagina and Wilson, and even that of Sabimana Calixte. They all agreed that they had an armed group called FLN. Sengimana and Sengiyumva Herman, in court, he said that Sankara told him CNLD and PDR Ihumure had agreements and discussions, and RLM had joined them. And General Wilson and in Sankara had their ways of working together, and they worked as leaders without involving anyone else. And he said that the presidents of MRCD were always replaced every year. So when he joined FLN, at the time it was Rusesabagina who was the president, who was later replaced by Irategeka. We also found that there were announcements taken from the computer. This was done during the search done by the Belgian police. And on the 15th in July 2018, it was agreed also in that document that they had agreed to form the political party, yes, and the armed group, with the purpose of dethroning the RPF. Rusesabagina said that the youth, the young men and the young women who were part of the FLN were engaged in active service of FLN fighting the RPF army, or say RDF. There are also different conversations, different shows that passed on the internet where Rusesabagina Paul said how they formed the FLN as a combination of three political parties. And he explained that in 2018, that's when they named this political group FLN, this armed group FLN. Also in the YouTube videos, he explained how they had started the battle to liberate the Rwandans. And he said it was time to use all ways possible to bring change in Rwanda. The court also finds that also in the conversation done on WhatsApp chat with the number 136, he accepted in his investigation in September 2020 that the messaging on the chat platform was a conversation he had with Twagiramungu Foster, and he accepted that those he called his sons in fire were the FLN fighters, which was also a sign that he was getting funds and weapons for the fighters in FLN. The court, based on the provisions of Article 180 of criminal procedures, finds the speeches of Rusesabagina Paul be in investigations and also in his court appearance for the detention, temporary detention. He accepts that he was one of the founders of MRCD and FLN. When the court looks at those who played a role in the formation of these armed groups, the speeches given by Sankara, by Mark and Herman, as well as other evidences submitted, including announcements and videos, these are tangible witnesses, tangible testimonies, tangible evidences to prove that Rusesabagina had a great role in MRCD and FLN. Now, according to what the law states on the formation of armed groups, illegal armed groups, the prosecution bases on Article 439 of the first part of the Penal Code and the law of punishments finds that Rusesabagina Paul and Sankara formed an illegal armed group, and it is against the law. The court finds that this article, according to this article, everyone who forms an armed group or makes agreements with armed groups, terror groups, using gifts, using funding, using terror, using pressure of any form, forming armed groups that engage in battle or warfare, they are punished by a sentence of 10 years to 15 years imprisonment. Article 200 of Law 068/2018 of the 30th of August provides that the punishment in general states that anyone who forms an illegal armed group and encourages others to join the armed group, makes agreements with these armed groups, pays them, promises them, or funds them with the purpose of forming an armed group that will engage in battle or war, has committed a crime. And if they are found guilty of this crime, they are punished by a sentence of no less than 10 years and not more than 15 years. Now, as provided by these articles, these are punishments for people who form illegal armed groups and who make agreements with illegal armed groups with the purpose of engaging in war, using armed groups that are against the law with the purpose of causing terror. Therefore, the crime of forming an illegal armed group is considered a crime when the founder forms it with the purpose of attacking the country. The court, based on Article 334 of the law 068/2018, the law given in August 2018, on the provisions of the law and of the punishment laws, as it is provided in the National Gazette of the Republic of Rwanda. This crime is punished according to the law pertaining to this crime. For both laws to be providing for the punishments of these crimes, according to the law, the Book of the Law of 2012, this is considered when looking at the formation of the FLN terror group. When we look at the formation of an illegal terror group and the punishment of it, we find that this is a crime that is against the offenses against external security. The court finds that this was the situation also in the law as provided by the law of 1977 and also in 2018. The crime of forming an illegal armed group, this crime was examined in different hearings, such as that of Ingabire Moza Victoire Musaidi, and this was approved even by the Supreme Court because the examinations proved that this was a crime against the nation and for the destabilization of the peace of the country. Therefore, as provided by the law, according to Article 459, as detailed in the works or the acts committed by Nsabimana Sankara and Rusesabagina Paul in forming this political party and also the illegal armed group, the court finds that this is not part of the formation of an illegal armed group, but also against the peace of the country and the people. And this was also done in support of other works or acts of illegal armed groups. The court also finds that it should examine if this was not only a terror group. Based on what the law provides, the crime of a terror group or being part of a terror group, it is provided by Article 18 of Law 46/2018 of the 13th August 2018, which is the law against terrorism. This law states that anyone who is part of a terror group or plays a role in a terror group or commits an act that empowers another terror group has committed a crime. And when they are found guilty by the court, they are punished by not less than 15 years, but not more than 20 years. The court therefore finds that the second article, part 11 of the same law, explains that a terror group is a group of people who are organized with the purpose or objective of committing terror acts. The court, therefore, after examining these articles, finds that Article 18 punishes 3 acts, which are being part of a terror group and accepting to be part of a terror group, committing acts of terror. Number 3, committing any act that empowers a terror group. The second part of part 11, it explains the meaning of a terror group. The meaning of a terror group, as provided by this article, expresses different definitions as given by other courts from other countries such as Belgium, Tunisia, and Senegal, as well as expert documents which have explained the meaning of a terror group, which say that a terror group is a group that is organized with the objective of committing terror acts. And this terror group is also considered as a terrorism group if it was founded with the objective of committing terror acts. It is therefore in that regard, according to Article 421, and according to the law in France of punishments, it also describes the meaning of a terror group as an association of evildoers or criminals who form a group to commit terror acts. This group may not have chosen where to operate from, but if the group is registered, it is considered as a terror group. Following the agreements and the provisions of different documents in Europe, it has also been expressed and explained that a terror group works according to plan. The court therefore finds that the prosecution, based on the crime that it accused Sankara as being part of a terror group, his acceptance of being part of a terror group and being part of MRCD-FLN, the court therefore finds that the combination of MRCD and other parties, MRCD had other departments or other groups underneath it, including the illegal armed group. The court found that the leaders of MRCD established FLN with the purpose and the duties of using all means possible, including war. And when it reached in 2018, this terror group started attacking Rwanda, attacked people in Rwanda. The court, based on these acts, found that MRCD-FLN is a terror group and it is organized. It has the purpose, objective of committing terror acts. As it has been mentioned, as the acts they have committed have been mentioned, such as killing, looting, burning, or committing arson, it was all with the objective of bringing terror in the people. They attacked people in their homes, they attacked people in their cars, or even on the road traveling. Based, therefore, on the provisions of Article 18 of the law 46/2018 of 13th August 2018, combined with how Sabimana, Calixte Sankara, and Rusesabagina Paul, who were in MRCD, founded FLN, the court finds that they should be found guilty for being part of this terror group, MRCD-FLN. The court also finds that they were in this group very aware that they were committing terror acts. They wanted the terror acts committed, and this is evidenced by the work that they committed while in that political party. They formed FLN, which is an illegal armed group, which attacked Rwanda in 2018 and 2019. And even after that, they bragged about it in different announcements and videos, such as the video of the 15th July 2018, in the announcement, which was signed by Sankara, who was the second vice president of MRCD and the spokesperson of FLN. The announcement stated that the terror group of FLN had the target of liberating Cyangugu, Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru, and Huye, and asked the youth of FLN to be supported. So this shows the willingness to commit the crime, and that the acts committed should be observed and examined. And this is combined, or this can be compared to the case of Rupert in Connecticut. The court finds that what they did as being part of a terror group, for them to say that they were never part of it, it is baseless, because FLN is existent based on the announcement of MRCD, the announcement of the 10th June 2019. This announcement was signed on by Rusesabagina Paul as the president of MRCD FLN. This was taken from his computer during the search in Belgium when Sankara had been apprehended. This showed that MRCD FLN was following the court proceedings of Majoro Sankara, who was the spokesperson of the military of FLN. The court therefore finds that the terror group MRCD FLN committed terror acts and they can't be separated. MRCD can't be separated from their military acts. The court finds that what they said when they were founding MRCD, because they said they didn't have the objective of committing terror acts, but wanted to liberate Rwandans, dismantling the leadership in Rwanda and having negotiations with the Rwandan government for the refugees to return. The court finds that it didn't have a basis, because if that was the plan that they had originally, they shouldn't have attacked the people on Rwandan soil, looted them, committed arson, burnt houses, cars, threw ambushes on buses of people carrying Rwandans, throwing grenades in public spaces. You will excuse us. There is one of the suspects who's been excusing himself that he's not feeling well. One of the suspects will leave and come back quickly so that we can carry on. So you will excuse us.
ndabona bagarutse twakomeza.
I think they are back. We may proceed. We had just read the report on terrorism and illegal armed groups. We shall now move to the next issue, which is, did Rusesabagina Paul support MRCD-FLN terrorist group? And what evidence was provided for that? We have found that Rusesabagina's support of MRCD-FLN consisted in funding and the provision of communication equipment, and also advocacy and other propaganda support. Third third contribution was that his own party itself supported these are the terrorist groups by collaborating with them. Now, we also know that he accepted or admitted that he was indeed the head of his party, and the party supported that terrorist group, and also he provided money from his own pocket, plus fundraised from other groups and instances. He further said that the money they used to support that terrorist group, that the money has been accounted for by Munyemana Emilien, who used to receive this money and send it to DRC, but he himself does not know exactly how much and how it was sent. But he thinks it was around $3,000 US. He further said that military equipment that was provided by the party that he used to support, that this equipment, that he was not familiar with the nature of that equipment. He only contributed the funds, and then other people actually bought the material and also weapons, and ammunition, and uniforms, and clothing, and food, and various items. General Barnabe was the man in charge of these purchases. He further admitted that secure telephones used to be used of black phones, I think they are called, and they were bought in the US, in the UK, for something around $800 a piece. He also said that in 2019, Brigadier General Hakizimana Antoine Jeva wrote to him and asked for food, because FLN troops were short of food, but there was no reply. And he thinks he said that he remembers that it was about $6,000 to also help a number of soldiers or fighters that were coming from Uganda. They were coming from Uganda to join FLN, and some support was needed to transfer them. He also said there was $3,000 that he sent General Sinayo Bernabe, who had said that he needed money, but he was just helping, Rusesabagina was just helping him personally, because he had children and his wife and children, and he needed further material support. And the General Niyitegeka was angry about that because he said, oh, this money should have been sent to me. Rusesabagina added that there were further demands or requests for monetary support, but the accountant is the one who should give the details. This is Eric Munyemana, who was a chief accountant, and he would receive this money, and then he would distribute the funds according to needs with no further consultation. Rusesabagina further said that he gave €2,000 support to FLN because at that time they needed money just for general support, food and so on. He further said that at the time when he was doing all this, he was not supporting terrorism. He said, I was simply trying to sensitize the international community to these long-standing refugees who've been there for over 20 years, and they needed to go back to their country, and there was no other way to achieve this objective other than support these groups that they were going to fight for that. Another point is that Rusesabagina said that he had already explained all his issues, these issues during the examination. He said, I sent $2,000 to Barnabe and then another $3,000 because he said that he was in need of money because of his family, and when he said, when I sent that money, I was not supporting FLN. He further said that there was some money that was sent to somebody in Comoros. He said, in fact, my mother and this lady who was Barnabe's wife are related. I was supporting them as family, but not otherwise, not as terrorists. And he also said that when he sent money to FLN, the money was usually sent through Eric Munyemana and a lady called Marie Claire. And that has been, evidence has been provided for during the examination. Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, who had also said that Rusesabagina used to send money to General Wilson Irategeka, also gave a deposition. And then there was also Artemon, who was the accountant or the bookkeeper at any rate, and that in 2020 a lot of money had been sent by various people through this Eric, who would receive the money. Then Faustin, and then Sankara would receive part of this money, and it will be sent to the field where the fighters were. Nsabimana Kalist alias Sankara, during the interrogation of 2020, he said that Rusesabagina said himself that he used to support FLN through Munyemana Eric. At one time he sent $15,000 through a trader named Isa in Bujumbura, who was supposed to give this money to another man who was in charge of documentation, that is travel documentation. And that this trader is a young brother to General Hamada, and in fact he's the one who had established the contact between his brother and Rusesabagina, or his relative, let's say, and Rusesabagina. He also sent Niyitegeka $6,000 that was used to transport Nsengimana Herman's group of fighters who were coming from Uganda to join FLN in DRC. He also said at the end of 2017, Rusesabagina gave Sinayobye Barnabe alias Moran $100,000, and this $100,000 was given to these two men, including Moran, the one whose alias is Moran, to attack in Nyungwe forest, and that the first part of the money was shared by Hamad. Some part of it was given to Hamad, and then that is when now he went to Uganda to ensure that the section of FLN that works in northern Kivu, that is 100 people, led by Guado or Major Rusangamana, who was to attack also Nyamagabe and Nyaruguru in 2018. So Nsabimana corrects Alaya Sankara during the examination in court. He admitted that an amount of $109,000 was given to Hamad, but it was shared between Hamad, $15, and then $20,000 to Wilson, and then another $6,000 that was used, as previously said, to transport or to facilitate the transfer of these Ugandan fighters, or fighters from Uganda who were joining in Congo. He also said that Hamad, the one who was in charge of the north, was to attack, or he did attack through the north, and led an attack there. He also said that there was a type of phone called black phone. Nyirimana Eric sent one from Madagascar, that the money to buy those equipment, telephones and other communication equipment, was provided by Rusesabagina. He further admitted that as an amount of $300,000 was given to Munyemana to be forwarded to Moran and his men, and to Wilson Ilatejeka and Jeva and their fighters. And Rusesabagina said that he further, at the end of July 2020, he felt threatened, and with the officer who was leading the attacks in the north, he said he felt threatened, and Rusesabagina sent him €1,000 through his wife, who sent the man through somebody called Sogile Mulinde Musubuti to buy an air ticket so that he can travel from the Comoros to Madagascar. And that when he arrived in Madagascar, another $5,000 was sent through Eric Munyemana, who was the accountant of the group, and then another $1,000 again through Eric Munyemana, and this money was used by that man to travel back from Madagascar back to the Comoros. He also said that there was another $1,000 that was promised as a monthly payment for his own use. Colonel Gatabazi Joseph, alias Gatozi, he explained also in February 2020 that he himself never really got the details of how much money was given to what group. And that he said that, in fact, the process was that the money was collected and the parties, the political parties will take 10% of any amount, and then the rest of the money will be distributed among the fighting groups. And also the same was confirmed from a witness in Brussels, who also said that the money was sent in generally and then was distributed locally by the local people. An officer, an MRCD officer who was in charge of health and well-being, said in February, on 20th February, that he knows that Rusesabagina used to collect money from the refugee group and other groups and instances, and he would distribute it. For example, Karini Jabo Jean-Paul in Australia, who did collect an amount that was then forwarded. He said that an alliance or an agreement that was adopted through WeChat proved that Rusesabagina was thanking the various people who had collected money and other resources, and that everybody promised that they would do their best to find more money. Now, the law of 19th September 2019 of the criminal code. This article provides, or is under this article, that Rusesabagina was tried with his co-accused, and therefore the agreement that he had with Jiva through WhatsApp, and it's still it is still there, it can still be seen there. That message proves that money used to be sent to fighters in Congo. Part of it was provided by Rusesabagina from his own resources. Another part was from the fundraising that he used to organize. And a third part was given through support and contributions and membership of his own political party, which he was a leader. The court heard that in addition to the amounts described above, Rusesabagina provided material support through telephones that were used by the leaders, and these were secure phones for them to communicate between each other. For example, the college of the chairman or the college of the presidents of the parties used to discuss using these secure telecommunication devices. And he did admit this. He said that the telephones were bought from the United Kingdom, and he provided the price. These are the black phone telephones that were used by this party, and even Calist himself admitted it on 17th May 2020. He confirmed that these cell phones are a black phone type. Munyemana sent him one from Madagascar, and the money to buy that telephone was provided by Rusesabagina. In fact, this is further proved by a receipt that was received from the Black Phone company. And in fact, this piece of item, this receipt, was found when during the search of an apartment in Brussels, where he says that 1,300 pounds sterling was the price of these telephones. Now, there were, of course, investigation in Brussels, as we said, and Odette Munyemana's wife was also interrogated, and she admitted during the examination that in fact she knows that her husband used to send money. In fact, he used to ask her to send that money, but she didn't know what that money was for. Ingabire also, when during her interrogation of October 2019, this time, she had also confirmed that she attended one of the MRCD meetings and met Rusesabagina and also Munyemana Eric, who is a member of that party, MRCD. Now, Munyemana Eric, in the same month of October, was also confirmed that he did used to send money, although he was not clear as to how he sent the money, through what means, and exactly to whom he was sending it. But he did admit that he sent out this money. Munyemana Eric, the same thing. He also admitted that he used to send money through Baroka Christian. And this person, this Baroka Christian, was also able to testify and say that he sent money on behalf of Rusesabagina through Western Union. And at one time, Rusesabagina asked him to send the money because he said, I'd forgotten my IDs. So he sent the money to someone in Madagascar. Again, during the month of October, there are a number of questions that he would not answer. How the money was sent, who received this money in MRC, but the search of his house, domicile, provided evidence that his wife used actually to send the money on behalf of her husband, and that there are documentary evidence of that. With regard to the investigations in Belgium, which are the results of which, or the reports are in the file, with regard to these reports, we know the court has found that in September 2019, MRCD created a fundraising system called Harambe, so that there is money available whenever there is an emergency. And they were told also to chip in, each member to provide what they can. It was further said that the money used to be sent to a group called the Farmers to buy hose and other implement, and then seeds and other items needed for farming. That was the group. And $150,000 was sent to that quote-unquote farmers group. Rusesabagina, during the examination, explained that this was a code. This was a coded name. So the fighters were called farmers, and the farm implements were in fact weapons, and the combat sites were called fields or farms. He explained, therefore, that in fact the funding was sent, all these funds and these support was sent to these fighting groups. Now, the law of 2000 1060 or 2096, that it's a law that concerns terrorism, and this law says that anybody who contributes financially or materially or in any way facilitates the obtention of funds or other support, knowing that this money will be used for terrorist activities, if convicted, the punishment is 7 to 10 years imprisonment, or the 3 times or up to 5 times the amount of the money that he provided to these terrorist groups will be his fine. There are international agreements and international law, or articles of the international law, the UN Security Council's articles that provide for the punishment of criminal activities or contribution. And in fact, there are a number of international laws that were incorporated into Rwandan law that provides for such a punishment. Article 3, paragraph A explained that support to or commission of acts of terrorism or support for such act or contribution in other ways, including providing funds, paying subscriptions, or fundraising, or in any other way support the provision of material aid to terrorist activities, knowing that these are terrorist activities, is punishable under that law. Therefore, Article 3, paragraph 3 of the law of 2019, a law of 2019 that punishes support or contribution to terrorist activities, especially the provision and distribution of weapons. Article 4, paragraph 2 of the law against terrorism and contribution or participation in terrorist activities also provides the same punishment. And other countries such as Turkey, for instance, have several articles in their law. For example, Article 8 of their criminal code, and also have the same provisions, and also the United States of America has similar laws. Paragraph 2, subparagraph 4 of the law of 2018 against terrorism, also provides for the same punishment for this crime. There are other articles also that punish terrorism, contribution to terrorist activities, support to terrorist activities. These laws provide that anyone guilty of these crimes should not be punished only for his material or her material contribution, as the law of 31st 31st August 2018. This law provides that the person guilty of these crimes should be punished as a contributor to terrorism, but punished by the latest law and not the previous provisions of earlier laws. This is also there is also a distinction in the law between a founder of a terrorist activity and a supporter or contributor, financial contributor to terrorism activities. In the case of Rusesabagina Paul, he founded a terrorist activities, a terrorist organization that attacked Rwanda. He financially contributed to the terrorist activities. He approved monthly payment or monthly provision of funds for these activities. He invented a code to hide these activities. And the law against terrorism provides that since Rusesabagina Paul is guilty of these terrorist activities, he is therefore guilty of terrorism, as it will be further detailed as we proceed. Another issue that the court examined was how to describe and define those crimes.
Now about acts and evidence. The court finds that from June 2018 until October 2019, FLN fighters attacked in Nyabimata sector, Nyaruguru district, in Nyungwe forest, Kitabi sector, Nyamagabe district, and Rusizi districts, and they killed 9 civilians, injured many more, and tried to kill others. They burnt property, including houses, vehicles, and they looted clothes and food, and abducted residents whom they forced to carry the loot. The people killed during those attacks include Mutesi Jacqueline, Atete Ornella, Mukabahizi Hilary, Neziryayo Samuel, Nyohongiro Janine, Nyunshuti Zach, Warema Joseph, Manireho Anatole, and Munyaneza Fidel. Those injured are Nsengiyumva Vincent, Kayitesi Alice, Murimba Vianney, Koronziza Jean-Paul, and Rutayisire Felix. Those whose property was looted and those who were forced to carry that loot include Jean Damascene Chamboucho, Sylvain, Anastase, Yendakumana, Sibo Rurema, and Abyarimana Jean-Marie Vianney. The cars that were burnt include public transportation companies belonging to Omega and Alpha Company Limited. The court finds that those acts were the basis for the prosecution when they accused Sankara and Rusesabagina, accusing them of murder, beating, abduction, arson, burning houses and public transportation vehicles, and armed attacks and robbery. And for Rusesabagina, they add complicity in murder as part of terrorism. about those activities, those acts during those attacks, Saimana Calixte, when during the trial, when he appeared for the court, he admitted that FLN had carried out those attacks, and he explained that its MRCD political bureau, where General Sinayobye, aka Moran, was present, he explained that FLN fighters were in Nyungwe forest, and they were ready to control that forest, just like Nyabimata attacks were committed by FLN fighters. He also confirmed that during that political bureau meeting, as spokesman, he issued a statement declaring war on the government of Rwanda. He also said that his role in Nyabimata attacks in Nyaruguru district in June and July 2018 was that he issued that press release confirming that they are the ones who conducted those attacks, and he spoke about those attacks on international media. He also explained that Kitabi attack in Nyamagabe on 15th December 2018, that he came to know about it 5 days before the actual attack, when General Moran informed him of the attack, and he promised to give him photos and videos, but when they saw that civilians' vehicles were burnt down, he realized that what Moran said, that he was going to attack military barracks, was not what he did. So they did not brag about that attack, but they issued a communique condemning that attack, saying that it was carried out by the government of Rwanda as a pretext to attack Burundi. So he said that on Ubumwe Radio. He also said that he had talks with the Burundian government and Ugandan government officials in the context of seeking support to have access, a corridor that FLN fighters could use, and also to seek other type of support. What he said during the trial is what he had said during the investigation, and when the issue of provisional detention was discussed. Semana Calix also admitted that he issued communiques bragging about FLN attacks, including the one of 15th June 2018, that he issued as MRCD and FLN spokesman, when he said that MRCD youth were ready for the battle, that they had created FLN armed wing with the mission to use all means possible, including all-out war, and that FLN, which is MRCD's political wing, had attacked in Cyangugu, Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru, Bugesera, and Huye areas. And another communique of 19 March 2019 that said that on 17th March 2019 they had attacked the outskirts of Nyungwe Forest in Nyamasheke district. The court finds that Semana Calixte, during the trial and even during the investigation, he admitted that he spoke on international media, BBC and VOA, and on YouTube, and that there were audio-visual recordings of him bragging about the different attacks by the FLN. The courts find that Rusesabagina Paul, in his statements during the investigation and during the trial and during the discussion about provisional detention, he said that he learned about the atrocities committed during those attacks by FLN, and that as well, the College of Presidents of MRCD asked the military leaders for explanations, and they denied responsibility. And when he was interrogated on 4th and 5th September 2020 by the investigation, Rusesabagina Paul admitted that FLN fighters' activities, and as MRCD had given them the instructions, FLN led by Habimana Hamada, who was chief of staff, after their activities, they would give them a report trying to minimize the risk of any leak. But he says that what they did was not what they had asked them to do. They said they had asked them to fight Rwanda government forces and capture and control some region and then tell the world that there's an issue. The court finds that there are other evidence proving that MRCD-FLN attacked different sectors in Rwanda. The evidence includes reports by the local leaders, like Nyabimata Sector Executive Secretary, about the acts of March 2018, 19 June 2018, and 1st July 2018. And the testimony given by the victims of those attacks, including Dutie Yusuf, Munyaneza Fidel, who was shot by those fighters on 21st June 2018, who later on died from his wounds. Testimony by those who were abducted and forced to carry the loot, including Viateur, Habimana Jean-Marie Vianney. Medical reports that show that people died from bullet wounds, and the photos of burnt down houses and vehicles. Based on all that evidence, the court finds that FLN fighters are the ones who carried out the attack of 19th June 2018, 1st July 2018 in Nyabimata sector, and the attack of 13th July 2018 in Kivu district, Nyaruguru, Kivu sector, Nyaruguru district, and another one carried out in Nyungwe forest in Kitabi sector, in which they killed people, beat others, and injured more, and destroyed property by arson, and they looted more property, forced abducted citizens, residents, to carry that loot. But there was no proof that Calix and Savimana, aka Sankara, and Paul Rusesabagina personally participated physically in the attacks. That evidence finds that they admit that they are the ones who founded MRCD coalition, formed FLN military wing, and they accept that this military wing is the one that conducted those attacks, that they are the ones who instructed them to carry out those attacks. They instructed the Chief of Staff Habimana Hamada of FLN to attack, and that they got the reports after the attacks. And the court says that, given the fact that they admit that, and based on others who testified, who also supported financially the MRCD FLN to support the FLN fighters to get weapons and food, and inciting others to provide support, especially Semana Calix, aka Sankara, was MRCD FLN spokesman. He incited the youth to join FLN, and his political party sent up to 30 fighters. He spoke with foreign countries, foreign intelligence officials in other countries, trying to find FLN's corridor so they can join the fighting. It finds that Rusesabagina Paul, that in addition to sending FLN fighters money, as it was explained, he wrote letters including the one he wrote to the UN Secretary General on 30th August 2018, explaining that MRCD was determined to use all means possible to remove Kigali government. He also held talks saying that they will do everything possible to remove the Rwanda government. Based on all those activities, the court finds that Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Rusesabagina Paul played a role in terrorist activities by MRCD FLN, including murder, beating, injury, illegal abduction, arson, burning down houses and vehicles, looting, armed robbery, all as terrorist acts. The court has to give it a name based on the law on terrorism. What the law says about the one who participated in terrorist activities. The court finds that Article 2, Paragraph 4 of Law 46/18 of 13th August 2018 about fighting terrorism, as it has been revised until today, explains what a terrorist act is, establishing the elements of a terrorist act, including activities against a person's well-being or against the property, which is of a criminal nature, with the purpose of terrorizing people, putting pressure on the government to leave its direction or to take a certain course. This explanation is in line with the international conventions, including the African Union Covenant about preventing and fighting terrorism, other case laws, and other precedents. The court finds that those terrorist acts in Article 2, Paragraph 4 of Law number 46/2018 of 13th June 2018 are prosecuted as crimes based on what is provided in Paragraph 4 of this law about crimes and punishments related to terrorism. It finds that terrorist activities mentioned here is 19 charges, including belonging to a terrorist organization, participating in terrorist activities, treason, and inciting others to commit terrorist activities, using illegal explosives, or rather other things that can do harm against people or property. And any of those activities, once established that they can do harm or death, destroying, or with a capacity to destroy government infrastructure or people's property, aiding and abetting, assisting, providing equipment, or anything that is referred to in that Paragraph 4 that cannot be called murder, beating, injuring, abducting, arson, which is burning houses and cars, armed robbery, as was explained by the prosecution, because when those activities are used done in the context of terrorism, it has to be given a name based on that law on fighting terrorism, because the court finds that those are specific to terrorist activities. Because the court finds that those are specific in establishing terrorist activities, and as crimes and the punishments provided by the law. And based on that law of 13th August 2018 about fighting terrorism, as revised until today, it says that anybody who does or tries to do or participates in terrorist activities, or who aids and abets terrorist activities, commits the crime. And this matches what colleagues aka Sankara and Rusesabagina Paul did when they gave FLN fighters instructions to attack in Rwanda, giving them support, bragging about the attacks, and this proves that they played a role in terrorist activities by that organization. The court has to examine if an individual who provides financial support to a terrorist organization and other equipment that helped them conduct terrorist attacks, and who brags about those, saying that the organization they created and supported has committed those crimes, and who encourages people to support and join that organization, has to establish whether they should be punished for belonging to that organization and playing a role in it based on Article 18 of that law, or if they should be punished for participating in a terrorist act based on Article 19 of that law. The court examined the Article 18 and 19 and finds that both provide for what is mentioned when we talk about participating in a terrorist act as a crime when an individual belongs to a terrorist organization. And Article 19 is about playing a role in a terrorist act as a crime of committing a terrorist act, and provides for heavy punishment, serious punishments, when they are committed by the leader of that organization or any other person who played a role in founding that organization. The court, based on Article 18, about the crime of belonging to a terrorist organization, the role mentioned in this article should be limited to being or accepting to be a member of a terrorist organization, or doing something that increases the capacity of that organization. And this much is what was said by Attorney Paolo Senso, who explains how Article 140 in the criminal code in Belgium about playing a role in a terrorist activity, how a terrorist organization's activity needs to be understood. It says that participation in activities of a terrorist organization can be in two forms, either as simply a member of the organization or as a leader. The leader is the one who participates in the structure of the organization, who chooses members and defines operations to be executed. More generally, this is about a person who is responsible within the organization. And for simple members, a simple member is a participant when they provide information, means, or rather financial means, to the terrorist group, and when they are aware that that participation contributes to committing a terrorist act. And that article proves that playing a role in a terrorist act means that a person either gives them information or equipment or other financial means that they can use to commit a terrorist act. It finds that if you look at Article 18 and 19, as we've mentioned above, a person who does not commit a terrorist act that could harm human life, seriously injure or result in death or destruction of property, as mentioned in Article 2, paragraph 4a, but promotes or encourages and provides assistance or leads or incites or other acts mentioned in this article, paragraph 4b, plays a role in a terrorist activity and should be prosecuted for committing and playing a role in a terrorist act as per Article 19. Therefore, based on Article 19 of Law number 46/2018 of 13th August 2018 that we've mentioned, and when you look at Sankara's activities and Rusesabagina Paul's activities, providing financial support and equipment to MRCD FLN fighters, to kill people, to injure people, to burn down property, and etc. That were the crimes that were committed during different crimes in Nyaruguru, Nyamagabe, and Rusizi districts, after which they bragged about it over the international media and social media, and encouraging more people to support FLN and join the organization, doing this as leaders of MRCD FLN, and giving instructions and orders to attack. They should be guilty of committing terrorist activities and playing a role in those. So the court finds that, given the fact that there were what was done by FLN fighters, as the prosecution has proved against Sankara and Paul Rusesabagina as responsible for those murders, beating, injuring, and abducting, and burning down houses and public transportation cars, and armed robbery as terrorist acts, and the crime of complicity in murder for Paul Rusesabagina, they cannot be responsible as individuals, but as it's been explained, the court finds that what they did is playing a role in those activities, which constitutes playing a role in a terrorist act.
The court finds that what alias Sankara, Sabimana Calixte, and Rusesabagina Paul, their defense regarding what the members of the armed group committed, the acts they committed, in their defense saying that they are not the ones who asked them to commit those acts, but following the announcement of MRCD on the 15th of July, it shows that the work or the acts committed by the fighters of the FLN terror group, they had been sent by Sabimana Calixte and Rusesabagina Paul. So in their speeches, in what they said, it is stated that they are the ones who gave them the permission to hold those attacks. Another thing that shows that their defense that FLN didn't work differently from the responsibilities they gave them Nsabimana Calixte later said that after seeing the acts committed by the fighters of the FLN, acts committed in Kitero, in the Nyungwe forest, as they had said it fit the definitions of terror acts as stated by international experts. So when they say that these acts were committed by the Rwandan Defense Forces, this meets the announcements that they made on the 21st of March, the announcement of the march. The court finds, therefore, that what Nsabimana Calixte Sankara says, that he wasn't part of the founders of MRCD because it was founded on the 4th of July 2017, and that he hadn't joined, and that he didn't play any role in the founding of FLN because it was founded by CNRD Ubwiyunge after separating with FDR Foka. Also, that has no basis because he himself says that he joined MRCD after having an agreement with all the other political parties who were part of MRCD. Also, on the 18th of March 2018, Rusesabagina Paul and Wilson Irategeka signed an announcement welcoming the political party RLM that he led, and on the 15th of July 2018, he signed the announcement as the second vice president of MRCD and the spokesperson of FLN, saying that they had founded an armed group called FLN, and he himself said that he brought fighters, around 30 fighters. So the court therefore finds that what he says, that he wasn't part of the masterminders of the attacks that were committed in Nyabimata and Kivu. His defense that his role came after those attacks because he accepted to be the spokesperson of FLN, and he also bragged about it on international radio stations, and that the fighters who committed these terror acts reached in the Nyungwe forest in April 2018 when RLM hadn't sent any fighters yet. Also, that defense has no basis because when those attacks were held, he was one of the leaders of MRCD. And at the time, the terror group, the armed group, had been founded, and he had brought 30 fighters to join. So the court therefore again finds that what he says, that his role came after these attacks, the court finds that his role shouldn't be annulled because him bragging about these attacks shows that he supported these terror acts, even though he says that he didn't even partake actively in those attacks. That also doesn't remove his role because he was the spokesperson. Even in the announcement he signed, he also bragged about it in the international, on the different radio stations, and he even said FLN held these attacks. So the court has examined to see if Nsabimana Calixte Sankara is guilty of that crime and other crimes that he's accused of. The court therefore bases on the acts mentioned. First of all, encouraging people to join MRCD FLN, encouraging people to give their funding and support, spreading rumors. He was accused, the prosecution accused Nsabimana Calixte Sankara the crime of terrorism for political gain, encouraging others to commit terror acts and masterminding terror acts, spreading rumors, spreading ideology in the people against the Rwandan government in different other countries, receiving and accepting things that come from terrorism based on the crime of treason. The court finds that what the prosecution bases on, the acts that the prosecution bases on in accusing Sabimana of treason, it is based on the fact that he got youth to join FLN. He sought out for funding. He brought more awareness around FLN, and he was also responsible for intelligence. Also, the one who was responsible for working with them in Uganda and finding funding and support for FLN. When we look at the law against terrorism, we find that in looking at these crimes and combining all these acts, such as committing the crime of terrorism, encouraging others to commit crimes of terrorism, and given that treason and committing terrorism, it is committed in a group of people, more than one, when they sit and agree on how they will commit terror acts, as it was explained in other courts. The court finds that these acts, besides encouraging people to commit terror acts, these acts require a person to also work as much as possible to encourage and motivate others to commit terror acts. And evidence submitted have this in common. They all show that encouraging people to join FLN and to commit terror acts, the court has found that these are part of the crime of committing terrorism and committing acts of terrorism. In what was done and said by the investigators, it was said by Sergeant Claver, he would tell him to throw grenades, to murder leaders and their families, and other acts. This alone cannot be given as evidence, but the fact that he committed these acts. So the court therefore finds that the court also finds that given that he went to get funds and also brought awareness to support FLN, having met the leader of intelligence in Uganda with the objective of finding equipment for FLN and making people know about the work of FLN, that was also the basis of this crime that he is being accused of, which is encouraging people to join a terror group and also commit acts of terrorism. He encouraged them to commit acts of terrorism, and the court has found that he played a role in encouraging youth to join FLN and to also get funding for FLN. in spreading rumors or spreading ideology against the Rwandan government in other countries. The court finds that the prosecution accuses Nsabimana Calixte of spreading rumors and ideology against the Rwandan government in other countries, as given in Article 194 of the Law of Criminal Procedure, based on the audios or what he said on radios, what he said on social media, calling people to fight against the Rwandan government and to rise against the Rwandan government, spreading rumors. The court finds this crime of spreading rumors and teaching ideology against the Rwandan government in other countries. Nsabimana Calixte will not be sentenced for this as a regular crime, but the acts that he committed with the purpose of perpetuating terrorism, supporting the work and the acts of the illegal terror group MRCD-FLN, the court, as it has explained, has found that this is part of the crime of playing a role in terrorist acts. Regarding terrorism for personal gain, the prosecution accuses Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara the crime of terrorism for political gain. This is a crime provided by Law 33, Article 33, and this law has been mentioned, Law 68/2018, as it has been mentioned. These acts frightened people. Those who traveled from Kitabi to Rusizi, they couldn't travel because they were afraid of the attacks of FLN, because FLN would always brag that that was a war zone. And this destabilized tourism in the country, life of the people who live there, the environment, and for him being a soldier, one of the top leaders in FLN, where he was a major and he was also a spokesperson for FLN, being a leader of MRCD-FLN, the court finds that, as explained, these acts are not part of the crime of terrorism for political gain, but these are acts in the crime of playing a role in acts of terrorism, because these acts were committed with the purpose of frightening the people, the civilians, and forcing the hand of the government. Also, forcing the leadership to not follow principles or values as provided by Article 2 of Part 4 of Law 068/2018, the law mentioned earlier, regarding the crime of giving and receiving and encouraging to receive any items from terrorist acts. The acts that the prosecution bases this crime accusation include giving and receiving, motivating others to receive or give items based on terrorism. This is provided by Article 32 of the Law 46/2018 of the 13th August 2018. He encouraged different people to give support, financial support, tools to help FLN as it was fighting, and to prepare their fighters. So he received money, he received telephones, he used them for terrorism, and he said this as a spokesperson of FLN. The court finds that, as provided by this article in this law, these acts are not in the crime, but as explained, this matches receiving fund and items to help FLN in attacking the civilians, and this, the act of receiving telephones and funds, this is part of playing a role in terrorism, and he will not be sentenced for receiving or accepting what comes from those acts. But regarding the crime of having relationships with other governments with the objective of attacking Rwandan soil, the court finds that alias Sankara or Nsabimana Calixte shouldn't be sentenced for the crime of collaborating with a foreign country with the objective of attacking Rwandan soil, but following what is provided by the Rwandan law, based on the fact that he asked civil servants of the Burundian government and the Ugandan government, asking for passage and asking for their leadership to talk and see how to support FLN, because when he did this, he wanted the support for FLN fighters who were also committing terror acts. The objective wasn't war or any other attack, with the objective of fighting the Rwandan government, but for the crime of genocide denial, the court finds that Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara accepted genocide denial. He accepted that he committed that crime, and he explained that their words he said on international radio stations, social media platforms, saying that no genocide against the Tutsis was committed, and that Tutsis were killed because of the anger and frustration that the Hutus had after the airplane that was carrying President Habyarimana was shot. And he said that Rwandan leaders sell the genocide. And he says that the genocide was committed because of the killing of Habyarimana. So whoever killed Habyarimana started the genocide. And he said that the Rwandan government uses the genocide as a tool or as a key, and that this is what they believed in MRCD. The court finds that he accepted that he said these words, starting with the investigation, when he was being questioned, and even in the court for temporary detainment request. All through the process, he accepted where he says these words. He accepted that he said these words. The court after seeing all that he approves that he said, the court finds that he denied the genocide, and the court also finds that the crime of denying genocide is provided by Article 5 of the Law Against Genocide Ideology and Crimes related to genocide denial, that if this crime is committed where one denies the genocide and says the genocide is not the genocide, lying or not showing the full truth, saying that in Rwanda there were 2 genocides or a double genocide, saying that genocide was not planned. The crime of genocide ideology is provided by Article 6 of the same law, which states that when a person speaks of this in public willingly to diminish the consequences of the genocide, to simplify how the genocide was committed, and to show wrong numbers of the people who were massacred in the genocide. These are all part of the crime of genocide denial. The court, therefore, after examining the speeches of Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara, speeches that he said on different radios and different social media platforms, the court finds that what he said involves genocide denial, such as in instances where he said that the genocide committed against the Tutsis was not prepared or planned, but it was caused by the demise of President Habyarimana when his plane was shot down, when he said that RPF killed 1 million Hutus and refuses the Hutus from commemorating them. All these being lies, the court also finds that the words denying the genocide against the Tutsis, simplifying and diminishing the weight of the genocide, saying that RPF sells or uses the genocide, having spent the last 20-something years selling the genocide. Therefore, based on that, Nsabimana Calixte is found guilty of the crime of genocide denial as provided by Article 5 and 6 of Law 59/2018 of 22nd August as stated. And he is found guilty of this crime because the gain for this crime is different from the gain of the terrorism crimes he's accused of. Regarding the crime of forgery, using false documents, the court finds Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara should be found guilty for committing the crime of forgery, forging documents, receiving forged documents, as provided by Article 277 of Law of Crimes and Punishments in general, because he accepted that he committed this crime, where he explained that he received an ID and passport of the country Lesotho. He called himself Joseph Kabera, born in Congo, Masisi. He accepted that he committed this crime. He accepted this when he was being investigated, when he was being questioned. He accepted this in court. Even in his own document of the 13th April, when he was apprehended with his documents, this document showed that he forged this document before joining MRCD FLN, and even when he had joined MRCD, he kept using these documents until he was apprehended. Another article read is that of if Nsabimana Herman is found guilty of being part of MRCD FLN and being part of the illegal armed group of FLN. The court finds that Herman was part of the FLN. He was encouraged by Nsabimana Calixte, alias Sankara. When he reached there, he received military training.
Il était donc responsable de ce parti LRM, et puis il est devenu and then he was the spokesman for FLN, and at that time, although he was in the party, he didn't know that it was a terrorist activity. He just thought it was a normal party, because he said what we wanted to do was to get to a point where the Rwanda government accepts negotiations. And he said, I cannot be convicted of terrorism as head of FLN, because FLN was different from MRCD, and MRCD was a coalition with Humure, the Rwanda Rwiza, or Faustin, and I was not the founder of any of these other groups. And he said, I think the prosecution is accusing me simply because I was a politician, but I was actually just a politician and not head of a terrorist activity. He also, Nsabimana Herman also admitted that he was a member of FLN, recruited by Nsabimana Calixte Sankara. He explained that he was trained for fighting. He was even a captain, and he was a spokesman for this organization. And he admitted this. And especially at the time, he was asking to be released on bail and be tried while outside. He again answered during the interrogation or the examination phase of the case that he was a member of this party. He was, in fact, the first soldier that his party sent to FLN, and that he was one of the people who was in charge of helping young men from Rwanda and Uganda to cross over into Congo. When he was being interrogated in 2020, he also confirmed that Herman Nsabimana was one of those who recruited him and others to join him into the Congo forest. And again, he explained that LRM was a spokesperson for the party, and Nsabimana Herman who was a captain, replaced him as a spokesperson. He also said that on 19th May 2019, the document that Nsabimana signed with Rusesabagina and what he proclaimed or announced on the media, either media or social media, when he was a spokesperson. At that particular time when he admitted that there was an attack on Rusizi Kuchapa in Nyakarenzo, next, not far from the military camp there. As regards being a member of a terrorist group and pursuant to the law that we have just quoted, when Herman and Zanzimana joined this group, and it was especially from 18th in December, up to 18th December, he was within FLN. He trained as a soldier. He was given the rank of captain, and he was a spokesperson of this group, which proves that he was a member of FLN, and he joined them willingly. And as it was explained, he was not a founder of this group, and also his particular job did not involve actual terrorism, and he was not, his aim was not to create a terrorist group, because so therefore this is what he said. But the question now remains whether all this amounts to joining a terrorist organization. Regarding this issue, the court, looking at the evidence and everything that he said, and pursuant to the appropriate law of 2018, as quoted above or cited above, the court has found that Sangimana was a representative of LRM. He was in charge of the youth. It was called a youth commissar. And further, he is a member of a branch of MRCD. Also, he was heard on social media and other media bragging about the attacks of these organizations. This, therefore, proves that he was a member of this terrorist organization that carried out attacks in various places, terrorist attacks in various places in Rwanda, and therefore this constitutes the crime of participation in a criminal organization. This is what he should be convicted of. However, he said that he did not know when he joined that this organization was a terrorist. He further said that he was not involved in any act of genuine of terrorism, and that what he was told when he was recruited was that the aim was an armed effort with the aim of getting the government of Rwanda to negotiate. He further said that when he was a member of this group that was under MRCD, there were indeed criminal or rather terrorist activities, and indeed he himself bragged about these terrorist activities, especially on 22 September 2019, when he bragged about the Kuichapa attack in Nyakarenzo. Further, when he said that he was a member of a terrorist group because he was only part of the political branch or arm, that is unfounded, because if he admits that he was in the MRCD, where he represented his party, LRM, that he was a youth commissar there, And as it was explained, this was just the armed group, the armed branch of these criminal activities. And also, when in a paper signed by in an agreement signed by Rusesabagina in June, we see that they were working as FLN members, but there is no difference between this and MRC. That the two, one is a branch of the other. Concerning Nizeimana Mark, a member of FLN FOCA, FDLR FOCA, rather, and FLN, the question is to know whether he was a member of this terrorist organization. The court has found that Nizeimana Mark, during the trial, he admitted that he was a member of FDLR FOCA and also FLN, that he left FDR when there was some conflict or internal conflict, so that one group broke off and found another party, and then he joined Ihumure and LRM, and they created a coalition that was called MRCD. And this MRCD coalition is the one that founded FLN, which he was a member as a commander of the Rutshuru and Masisi sectors of his activity in northern Kivu. And he said that he was a member of an armed group, but also a terrorist organization, because the aim was to topple the government of Rwanda, not to terrorize or commit acts of terrorism. He also, in 2000, when he was answering questions in August and also in October 2020, these two times he explained that the objective of his organization was to topple the government of Rwanda. He said he admitted that he was a member of two groups, DLR and CNLD, whose armed branch was FLN that later became MRCD. He admitted this, especially when he was asking to be released on bail and be tried from outside. He admitted that he was a member of these organizations, but he was not there as a terrorist, or rather, the activities that he was involved in were not terrorist activities. Okay, they were destabilizing activities, he said, because the nature of our struggle was such that destabilization activities were carried out, but these are not the same as terrorists, he says. However, there is evidence that Nizeimana Mark was a member of FDLR FOCA and FLN, that was a branch of MRCD, that being a member of these two groups and pursuant to the testimony of others who were with him, Bizimana Cassien, Mukandutier, Angelina, Kuitonda Andre, Iyamuremye Emmanuel, all testified to the fact that he was a member of this organization. Regarding membership of an illegal armed group, the article that we've already signed of the Code of Criminal the Criminal Code. If a person is a member of a terrorist organization or an illegal armed group, as was stated under Nsabimana and Rusesabagina, the activities that he carried out do not fall under the destabilization of Rwanda and neighboring countries. I also say that he was not a member of an illegal armed group, but he just joined to participate in some destabilization activities. The issue now before the court was to prove that he was a member of an illegal organization. It was found that FNL attacked Rwanda several times, killing people, destroying or damaging infrastructure, people's property, or government property, or private citizen property. And that during these attacks and the various cases that had already happened, Manirago Gilbert and co-accused, Nshimima Nashima Jimmy and co-accused, as has already been stated. Given that there is a resolution of UN Security Council that put this group among the terrorist groups, on the list of terrorist groups, given also that Nsemana himself, whether during the preliminary hearing or at the stage where he was asking to be released on bail, he did actually admit being a member of these two organizations, including FLN, and that in fact was in the leadership of this FLN organization. Father Bizimana Kassien, Kwitonda, Andre, Yamurem Emmanuel, Mukanduti and Angelina, all of them testified that he was indeed a member of this organization, FDL Africa, that he was also a member of MRCD-FLN, which is also a terrorist group, because as we explained, this group was created specifically for the carrying out of terrorist activities, and it did indeed carry out such acts of terrorism in various parts of Rwanda. Further, given that he was a member of FDLR FOCA and then later on a member of MRCD-FLN, until he was arrested, and as the relevant article of the terrorist law provides, Sabimana marked should be convicted of having joined terrorist organizations. A terrorist organization, because what he explained as being a member of a group but that was not a terrorist group is unfounded. Terrorist activities that were carried out and are that Nzema and Malaka being accused of are terrorists. The terrorist organization MRCD-FLN that attacked Rwanda, the killing and abduction of persons, armed and violent robbery, destruction of property, houses and vehicles, killings, beatings, and wounding and otherwise harming people willingly. This, having been accused of this, the above crimes, and pursuant to his trial and testimony and examination, it was found that although he was not personally in the Nyaruguru and Nyamagabe attacks, his history shows that he was with General Jeva who led those attacks. Rusesabagina Felix Arias Guado, who led these attacks, as this has been proved in the case of Simon Akaris alias Sankara, and who was a spokesperson of this group. Given that he himself has admitted that he selected 100 of the best fighters to go and help those who were fighting in the Nyungwe forest, he admitted this, and he also admitted that at the time he was arrested, he was in Burundi, but he had already helped 9 people cross the Rusizi River to join the fighting groups in Congo. And therefore, since he admitted this, it shows that he had a hand in these attacks, especially Rusesabagina Felix Arias Guado, who was the one who was arrested before he was able to join the group, was in telephone communication with the accused. Therefore, Nizeyimana Mark was a member of MRCD-FLN. He was a deputy to Jeva. He was arrested on his way to Nyungwe, leading a group of fighters and with their arms. He first of all called, before crossing, he called Rusesabagina alias Guado, who was leading this group, and his role was in part to prepare the way for General Jeva. Therefore, the court finds that he contributed to these activities. The court found, however, that these crimes should not, or rather, there is a number of other crimes that he's accused of, including arson, including violent robbery, including kidnapping, people, destruction of property, armed robbery, as by means of terrorism activities. The court found that these crimes, he was not the sole responsible of these activities. He did have a responsibility in these crimes. He contributed to them as provided for by the law against participation in terrorist activities as cited above, because what he did was aimed at terrorizing the population. And it has already been explained in the case of Samana Karis and Sankara. In his particular case, we should specify, or the court specifies that these are terrorist activities and that he was he's responsible for them. Further, when he said that when he selected these fighters, he was only obeying orders of his high command, this is unfounded, because in fact he was found to be part and parcel of these groups. Further still, he himself said that when he was going to Burundi, into the Kibera forest, he had gone to prepare the way for General Jeva and his men, and that the men, in fact, was selected by him, and he was ferrying them to join the Nyungwe forest group. Therefore, at the time, although at the time they were going to Kibera in Burundi, they were not going to attack Rwanda, they were going to rest or having a holiday. Oh, this is what he says. This is unfounded. because there is no proof that what he says is true. The reason being that it is not clear how he could have left Congo to go to a forest in Burundi for holiday, but accompanied by an armed group of 15 people, including heavy weapons among their equipment, and that he met the commander who was acting in Nyaruguru and Nyamagabe, committing acts of terrorism, and that he was with the very man who was planning these attacks. It doesn't make sense. Therefore, the court sought to find whether he worked with government, foreign governments or entities in his terrorist activities. The accusation is that he was in connivance with some Burundi soldiers, including one officer working in Chibitoke, and then Adjutant Nyonzima, who was in the high command, and where he carried out the functions of intelligence, an intelligence officer. Now, these people joined the accused in Chibitoke, which is the seat of 114 Battalion, that Fabian, who was Burundi military, acted as a liaison with another soldier who was bringing them weapons and ammunition. Therefore, Nsemana said that intelligence with foreign countries for the purpose of organizing an attack against Rwanda, because indeed there was no other purpose, and he cannot just say, as he's been saying, that he just wanted to destabilize. These were just destabilization activities. But in fact, as the law provides, his activities were aimed at finding weapons and other supplies, organizing and planning and organizing terrorist activities with foreign entities. And therefore, this falls under terrorist activities as provided for by the law against terrorism, as we have already cited. The court examined what Bizimana Kassien, Matakamba Jean-Berkmans, Shaban Emmanuel, Ntibiramira Innocent, Yokusenge Jean-Claude, Nikuze Simeon, Nsabimana Jean Damascene, who are co-accused in connection with the Rusizi attack. The court, having examined the case, has found that there were 5 attacks in this region, Rusizi, and the person we've just cited were part of these activities, including Nikuzenje, Nikuze, Masayimana Jandamasene, and co-accused. And there were terrorist activities, various terrorist activities. In June 2019, in Karangiro, it was a mill. It was a mill where they threw a grenade into a car, but it didn't explode. They shot 6 bullets, and that was so. The second attack was in Mrugongwe. The idea was to waylay vehicles or cars and burn them. There was a lot of shooting in that area. A third attack was in Karangiro, where cars were burnt, as well. And then at the end of September 2019, still in Nyakarenzo, a place called Kuchapa, next to the military camp there, a truck, a lorry was attacked. Now, and later on, an attack in Kamembe, where grenades were thrown into the local administrative office, and a bar called Stella, where many people were wounded and cars were damaged, were destroyed or damaged. So there were weapons, there were guns, bullets, and grenades that were coming from DRC. They will come from DRC crossover, be handed to Matakamba Jean-Berkmans, who stole them and distributed them. Others were brought physically by people crossing from Congo. So Matakamba Jean-Berkmans was also responsible for recruiting and transporting, or rather helping to cross a number of people, including Nheramia Innocent, Yugusenge Jean-Claude, Simon Jean Damascene, who were recruited and then taken to leaders of FLN, who therefore contributed to bringing some of these equipment. Arimas Kasi, Shaban Emmanuel, and co-accused. And Nikuzwe Simeo was a younger brother of one of these, who was also recruited and helped in the storing and hiding of these weapons and equipment. Also, he was instrumental in the crossing of these armed groups from Congo into Rwanda. Therefore, the accused are accused of being members of an illegal organization, a terrorist organization, recruiting and transporting terrorist activities in killing civilians, or throwing grenades in places where a lot of people can be found, and other forms of destruction. Therefore, the question was to find whether he was convicted of being a member of this organization. And he actually denied being a member of FDLR FOCA.
That he admits to have been part of is Selerde Ukinje FLN, because according to him had a good ideology and purpose to make sure that the refugees return home, and that they wanted negotiations with the Rwandan government. Bizimana Pasi denies that he was a member of FDLR FOCA, but when the court analyzes his arguments and his statements of 16th July 2020, the court finds that he was a member of that organization, because during his statements he said he joined FDLR, was a military doctor, but he says he was a member of the resistance who protect refugees, and that in 2016, when CNRD was formed, he disassociated himself from FDLR and left together with General Wilson Tegeka's group. And this is confirmed by his statements before the prosecution on 13th December. The statements by Marc Bizimana, who knew Cassien as a military doctor, and that once they joined CNLD, he showed his documents from the former FAR, and then they allowed him to go to SM military school. He graduated as second lieutenant, so which proves that he was a member of FOCA. Based on the fact that Bizimana Kassien, during his trial, admitted that he was a member of the FLN until he was arrested, and based on his Imana Marks statements, who was among the FLN fighters, in the statements of those they committed crimes in Rusizi with, including Matakamba, who said before the court that Bizimana Kassien and Bugingo told him that they were no longer with the FDLR, that they had joined CNRD. The court finds that he continued to be with the CNRD until they created the MRCD coalition, then which started the military wing FLN, and this proves that he was part of the FLN. Based on Article 459 of the organic law mentioned above, that was referred to when Bizimana Kassien joined those forces, the court finds that, like we've explained about Semana Calixte, aka Sankara, and Paul Rusesabagina, the fact that he was a member of those forces does not prove that he was part of an illegal army, because what he did was not part of crimes that destabilized the country's peace, or that he did not do it to support war crime by an irregular army. And if you look at how those acts were committed, the court must examine whether or not this is part of a terrorist act belonging to a terrorist organization, to examine whether or not Bizimana Kassien, Matakamba, Emmanuel Innocent, Jean-Claude Byukusenge, Nikuze Simeon, and Simon Jean Damascene were members of a terrorist organization called MRCD-FLN. The court finds that when Bizimana Kassien was being tried, and during the investigation, and when the court debated provisional release, he admitted that he was part of FLN and led the attacks in Rusizi district, where acts of arson were committed, that he was in charge of logistics during those attacks, as he had been ordered by Hakizimana Antoine Jeva, who told him that a certain Justin Bugibo was in Bukavu, had young men willing and able to attack in Rusizi district, but that they needed some support. The court finds that Jean-Bermans Batakamba, during the trial, has admitted that he was one to Bukavu in the DRC, together with Dibiabira Innocent and Byukusenge Jean-Claude. After Bugingo Justin and Bizimana Kassien had sent him, and that back then these people told him they were no longer with FDLR, that they had joined CNRD, which had a military wing called FNL, and they asked them to join them, which they accepted. He also said that they accepted to help them in their terrorist acts and gave them information, and also to help their soldiers to cross Rusizi River because they lived in the neighborhood. As Bizimana Kassien told Innocent and Byukusenge that they are the ones who would guard the equipment they would give Matakamba, and that Each one of them would be rewarded $100 a month. The court finds that Shabani Emmanuel, during the trial, in substance, admitted that upon Bugingo Justin's request, who promised him to pay him $5,000, he accompanied a Nephilim soldier called Bizimana Kassien all the way to Rusizi River from the Congo. They were coming from the Congo. When they reached the river, they called the people in Rwanda who helped them cross the river. But Bizimana Kassien could not go back, so that he does not reveal the information, so they crossed together. He also said that he was once asked Bugingo Justin to accompany a boat, telling him they were to get a shipment. But once he got in, he saw that there were about 100 FLN soldiers coming from the DRC, crossing to go to Nyungwe Forest in Rwanda. And that at that time he was paid $50. He also said that when he started collaborating with Bugingo Justin, he did not know he was working with FLN. He said he got to know this once he told him that he gave him a mission, and then told him this is all about SNL David FLN military wing. And he said he came to know about MRCD once he was in trial. We find that what he said in trial is what he had said during the investigation and when the court was debating provisional release. The court finds that Innocent, during his trial, said he admitted he was a member of FLN, and that when he was promised a lot of money, he had accepted to cooperate with its soldier called Bizimana Kassien, aka Passy, willingly, and he knew that the purpose was to carry out attacks in Rusizi districts. The court finds that Byukusenge admitted he was an FLN soldier, accepted to cooperate with Batakamba, Bugingo, and Kassien, helping them to cross the equipment and to carry out attacks to show and prove that FLN was present, and they had promised, and they paid him $100. The court finds that Semana, nicknamed Motar, during his trial, in substance, admitted that they once went to the DRC to look for equipment, and when they reached Rusizi River, they found Tsibomana and Byukusenge. They crossed together, and they were welcomed by Shabani Emmanuel and Bizimana Kassien, who gave them a bag, and once they got to Rwanda, they opened and saw grenades, bullets, and military clothes. He said that they gave that shipment, that bag to Matakamba, and he explained that that belonged to FLN, which is a military body that was against fighting the Rwandan government. So he hid that in his sugarcane field. But he also said that when he started cooperating with them, he did not know they were FLN affiliated. He said he only knew Byukusenge and Matakamba, and that he was only after money and the motorcycle that Matakamba had promised him. He also said their cooperation was aimed at carrying out attacks to prove that FLN was present and to put pressure on the Rwandan government for negotiations. The court finds that what he admitted is confirmed by what he said during the investigation, what he said about Matakamba, who encouraged him to join FLN, and also put him in contact with the Byukusenge Jean-Claude, Ibiramira Innocent, Shabani, and Sibomana, and another person he could not find the name for, and that at different times he took weapons, grenades, and about 300 bullets across the river to Matakamba, who hid that in his sugarcane in a region called Carriere. We also found that he admitted to the prosecution that he was he was part of the attacks, and he used to carry on his motorcycle the FLN attackers who were carrying out attacks in different areas in Rusizi district. He also admits that he kept some of the equipment, hid it like a pistol in his home. The court finds that Nikuzezwe Simeon, during the trial, admitted that he crossed and hid grenades, but that he did that under pressure. But he denied that he was a member of FLN terrorist organization and that anybody had encouraged them to join, because either Bizimana Kassia and Matakamba gave him grenades. He hid those, but he did not know he was working for the FLN. The court analyzes Kassia's arguments and those of Matakamba, Shabani, Nibira Mira, Byukusenge, Nikuzwe, and Sabimana Jean Damascene. And what they said during the investigation and during the trial and during the provisional release debate, they kept accusing each other that they belonged to the FLN and they had the mission to carry out attacks in Rusizi district to prove that FLN was on the ground there. The court has analyzed what they admitted during the trial and finds that they were members of MRCD FLN terrorist organization. And therefore, based on Article 18 of the law number 46/2018 of 13 August 2018, Bizimana Kassia, Matakamba Jean Berkmans, Shabani Emmanuel, Nibira Mira, Byukusenge, Nikuzwe, and Sabimana must be found guilty of belonging to a terrorist organization. The court finds that what Nikuzwe Simeon said during the trial, that he accepted to cross grenades under pressure, that does not have any basis, because during the trial he admitted that they were he's the one who met people like Bugingo and Shabani Emmanuel, who told him that whenever they want to cross the river, he would be the one helping them and showing them the way. The court finds that he said that he once was shot and gave Nikuzwe Simeon money, who bought him some clothes so he could cross the river. And when he accepted to collaborate with him, it was in the purpose of being appointed in charge of Gishoma area, because when he gave Nikuzwe some grenades, he also gave him a telephone device with a Congo phone number, because they could not use Rwandan towers. The court has also analyzed has tried to know if they can be prosecuted for murder and being partners in the crime of aiding and abetting terrorists. The court finds that Bizimana Cassien, Matakamba, Shabani, Innocent, Byukusenge, and Sabimana Jean Damascene were tried and admitted they participated in the attacks in Karangiro. They threw grenades trying to destroy a factory there. They threw a grenade at a car trying to burn it down. They shot up to 6 bullets. They have admitted that they participated in a Rwanda attack with their purpose to attack and burn down cars. And they shot a rain of bullets, and they attacked Karangiro, burnt down a vehicle and in Nyakarenzo sector at Kuchapa. They shot a truck. They conducted another attack in Kamembe sector, threw grenades next to Stella Bar, and people were injured. The court finds that Bizimana Cassien admitted that he transported weapons and guns and grenades from the DRC to use during the attacks. He gave those weapons to Matakamba, who hid it in his field, and they were getting prepared for the attacks. And Matakamba admitted to that fact, explained that Bizimana Cassien was the one who brought the weapons, and he confirmed that he was to be paid $500 per month because he would be hiding those weapons in his field. He said there was an agreement with FLN fighters in the Congo, namely Bugingo Justin, Cassien, and General Jeva, who had told him that FLN had started a sabotage war to put pressure on the Rwandan government, and then it would accept to negotiate. The court finds that Shabani, during the trial, admitted that he would accompany Bizimana Cassien carrying weapons. Hibiramira Innocent has admitted that he helped Bizimana Cassien to cross the river to conduct the attacks because he was transporting the weapons, that he was also participated in the Kamembe attacks at Stella Bar. Well, there were people there who got injured. He also admits that together with Byukusenge, once they found out that Matakamba had been arrested, some of the weapons, including a pistol and grenades, they went to hide those in Matakamba's field. And Byukusenge Jean-Claude, during the trial, admitted he collaborated with FLN fighters from the DRC who had promised to pay him $100 anytime he would help them cross the river with the weapons. He admitted that together with Matakamba, that they once went to meet Shabani Emmanuel and Bizimana Cassien. They met in Matakamba's field, from where they went to Rwanda to carry out an attack. He also explained that he participated in Karangiro attack together with Innocent, Cassien, and they found a Daihatsu truck. He blocked the road and they opened fire. And once Bizimana was done, he spoke with a few people, and then he poured gas on the car and he set it ablaze. He also accepted that during the Nyakarenzo attack, he's the one who shot the car and broke the window, but that the driver was able to get away. He participated in that attack, as he said, together with Innocent Sibomana and Matakamba. They had 3 guns, and he admitted that he's the one who threw a grenade in Kamembe near Stella Bar, and they destroyed a small car. He said he was given the grenade by Nsabimana, who immediately helped him get away on a motorcycle. Nsabimana has accepted that Matakamba asked him to help cross the weapons sent by FLN fighters who were in the DRC. That they once went to get the weapons from the Congo, and at the Rusizi River, they met Sibomana and Byukusenge. They crossed together. Once they got there, they found Shabani and Bizimana, who gave them a bag with grenades and bullets and guns and military clothing, which they gave Matakamba, who told them that those weapons belonged to the FLN that fights the government of Rwanda, and he hid that in his sugarcane field. He also admitted that during the Nyakarenzo attack, he's the one who transported Matakamba on a motorcycle. They joined Byukusenge, Sibomana, and Biramira. He also said that he went to the DRC to bring weapons, and then Bizimana Kassien gave him a pistol, 4 grenades, a telephone, and clothing, which they brought back together with Byukusenge and took it to Matakamba's. Nsabimana Jean Damascene also accepted that upon Matakamba's request, is the one who took the grenade to Byukusenge, a grenade that was thrown at Stella Bar, and that Matakamba, when he was arrested, Byukusenge asked him to hide his grenades. He refused, but showed him where to hide it in his field, and that there was a pistol and grenades that he hid, but then he told his wife about the location, and the wife reported it to the authorities. And the court finds that Bizimana, Matakamba, Shabani, Nimiramira, Byukusenge, and Nsabimana, during the trial, accepted their role in Rusizi attacks, how they explained how the operations were conducted, the transportation of the weapons, the hideouts, how the attacks on the vehicles were conducted, shooting those cars, throwing grenades. Even though some people were lucky to get away, the court finds that those are irrefutable evidence that proves their role in the attacks in Rusizi district. When the court analyzes how they conducted these attacks and their collaboration with DRC people and how many times they launched these attacks, it proves that they were willing to commit terrorist acts with the intent to terrorize the people and put the government under pressure to change course.
The court finds that even though they committed those acts, they shouldn't be found guilty as acts of murder, because intentional arson as an act of terrorism based on the appellation or the name of that crime in the law, as an act of terrorism, the court finds that these acts should be considered as acts of the crime in terrorism as provided by Article 19th Law 68/2018, because those acts were committed with the intent of terrorism. And based on that, Bizimana Kassien, Shabani Emmanuel, Byukusenge Jean-Claude shouldn't be sentenced.
N'icyo gutwikira undi ku bushake inyubako ibigenewe gutwara abantu cyangwa ibintu nk'ibikorwa by'iterabwoba. Rusanga nanone
they shouldn't be sentenced for attempted murder, but it should be considered as acts of terrorism. These will not be considered as attempted to murder crimes, but crimes of terror. They should be found guilty based on the fact that these are considered as attempted to commit murder but not related to arson, but because these crimes were based on terror acts. Now for Ntibiramira Innocent, for him, his role in committing acts of terror, they should be linked to his other acts besides the attempt to commit murder. Except that he is not accused of that specifically, but the court has examined if they should be sentenced for using explosives in public as acts of terrorism. The court, after examining the acts committed by Bizimana Cassien, Matakamba Jean Berkmas, Shabani Emmanuel, Ntibiramira Innocent, Sabimana Jean Damascene, and Innocent, as they accepted in the process, in their investigations, even when they were in court for temporary detention, temporary release or release on bail. When one looks at the crimes committed in Nyakarenzo, at the factory, in Kamembe, shooting at cars on the road, sharing grenades and guns used in the attacks, the court finds that these are in the crime of using explosives against the law, as provided by the Rwandan law. And this is provided in Article 24, Law 068/2018. And this article says that if a person stops or throws or uses an explosive or any other item that is an explosive and it is used in a public space as a terror act, they have committed a crime. A public space and an explosive are explained in detail in Article 72 of that same law. The punishment for those who commit crimes using explosives, as provided by the international law and the UN Agreement of 1997 on the punishment of those who commit terror acts using explosives, this agreement was approved by the president. So based on Article 24 mentioned above, Bizimana Cassien, Matakamba Jean Berkemas, Ntibiramira Innocent, Byukusenge Jean-Claude, Nsabimana Jean Damascene should be found guilty for using explosives against the law in a public space. The court finds that they should be found guilty of this crime and be punished for playing a role in terror acts, even though both crimes are in the same category, but using examples of other cases, such as the case in France of Ben Haddad, when someone commits such an act with different gains, including life and other possessions, this shouldn't be considered as a singular crime, but as two crimes committed at once using one way. To know if these defendants committed the crime of treason and encouraging others to engage in terror acts, the acts that will be considered also that were presented by the prosecution against these defendants, the crime of treason and encouraging others to engage in terror acts, Bizimana Kassien and Justin Anjeva, who was responsible for the FLN group in Bukavu, or cell in Bukavu, they were responsible for attacking in Rusizi. Bizimana Kassien looked for Shabani Emmanuel, Matakamba Berkmas, and Nikuzwe Simeon. They encouraged them to join their work and efforts to engage in these terror acts. Matakamba Jean Bekmas encouraged Innocent Hibiramira and Byukusenge Jean-Claude to join them. And Shabani Emmanuel encouraged his younger brother, Nikuzwe Simeon, to join him in the cause, and Hibiramira Innocent encouraged Sabimana Jean Damascene. What is evident is that the accusations against the defendants is that Justin, who was in Bukavu, brought together Bizimana Kassien and Matakamba Jean Bekmas, and they plotted on how to attack the district of Rusizi. They asked Matakamba to look for people who were formerly in the FDLR to help them in this plot. Matakamba Jean Bekmas came back to Rwanda, looked for Nibiramira Innocent and Byukusenge Jean-Claude, and took them to Bukavu to meet Bugingo Justin and Bizimana Kassien. And they planned on their plot to attack in Rusizi and agreed that they would help them in these terror acts, and they would give them information. They would help the soldiers to cross. They would also help them cross the river of Rusizi. They would pay them $100 per month, and they would give them the tools they would need. The court finds this as evidence that Bizimana Kassien and Matakamba Jean Bekmas and Hibiramira Innocent all agreed to attack in Rusizi. They agreed on the tools they would use, the weapons they would use. Some were kept by Matakamba Jean Bekmas. The court therefore finds that what Bizimana Kassien did in engaging Matakamba Jean Bekmas and Nikuzwe, this can't be considered as encouraging others to commit terror acts, but to get them involved, same as what Matakamba did when he brought Byukusenge, and what Nibiramira Innocent did and Shabani when they asked Nsabimana to join them. The court therefore finds that they had the intent to commit treason, and they knew this would be part of the acts of terrorism, as they were intent. They had the intention of destabilizing the peace and security on Rwandan soil. The plot of treason is seen when one considers the acts committed, and the example used is the case in Liban, based on Article 20, Law 46/2018, of the 13th of August, we find that they committed treason and they plotted on how to attack the Rusizi district. And they are therefore found guilty for committing this act of terrorism and for committing treason. The court finds that what Bizimana Kassien said, he didn't find these as acts of terrorism, but acts of destabilizing the peace. And the court finds that these have no basis, because when one looks at the acts they committed against the civilians, stopping cars, shooting at cars, throwing grenades in public spaces, these are terror acts based also on the similar acts committed in Nyabimata and Nyamagabe. The court also finds that what Nsabimana Jean Bekima says, saying that he was committing this for Bugingo Justin and he didn't know that he was working for MRCD FLN, the court finds that this has no basis, because in his defense and the submissions submitted by his defense said that when he joined MRCD, he met Bugingo and Kassien and they told them that they were not in FDR but had joined the other party that had FLN. They agreed to work together and they agreed to also share information with them and to also help their soldiers in crossing the Rusizi River because they lived near it. He also said that there are times where Bizimana Kassien would take him to meet Jeva, who was a leader of FLN, to discuss on the plot to attack Rwanda and how he would take their weapons and keep them for them, and they would take them when they would be going to attack. The court finds that what Shabani Emmanuel says, that Bugingo Justin, when he was giving him work to do, that he didn't know that he worked for FLN and that he didn't know that CNLD had FLN, that he didn't know that he worked with FLN, that he never said that he was separated from FLN. To know if Nabanganyimana Joseph was in MRCD FLN, the court finds that the crime that the prosecution bases on this accusation is that in 2019 he looked for a boat and a place to and a way to cross, and this was used by the fighters of MRCD FLN. They came from Congo in Karehe, coming to attack, passing through the Kivu. Habanganyimana Joseph, in the hearings, he said that he wasn't part of a terror group and explained that in February 2019 he looked for Bugingo Justin and got him a boat to buy. He connected him to the owners of the boat and they agreed that they would buy it at 1,200. But besides showing him the boat to buy, those who attacked, he never got them a port where they would cross to. He says that he didn't know that Bugingo Justin was a soldier, and there was no substantial evidence besides what he said, that he didn't know that the boat would take the fighters. He also said that in the minutes or the report of what he said shouldn't be considered because he signed because he doesn't know how to read and write, so what he says is true and he didn't sign, he just stamped with his forefinger. So he says that he only got Justin a boat to see, that he had to buy it, but he didn't know all the other details. Justin says that he doesn't accept that it was bought in Bukavu, but everything else should be asked to Justin. Should be asked to Justin because he's the one who owned that boat, and that they went together on that journey. The court finds that when he was in court asking for release on bail, he said that he looked for a boat for Justin, but he was not part of FLN, but he wanted Bugingo Justin to use the boat in business, but didn't know that Justin was part of FLN. He didn't even know that the boat would be used to transport the fighters. He said that he would find him a port or a place where he would use to park all the items or products that he would cross with for business. And he says that he got paid for $100, but he didn't know that that whole process or that whole agreement would become something to be used as a terror mode of transport. So he says that in finding a port for him where he would put his boat, he asked him to show him where he would be going, and he went with someone that had been sent by Bugingo. And when they reached there in the night, soldiers came who had guns and radios. There were around 150 of them or 200, and they went in the boat, and the last one who got on the boat gave him $100. The court says that Bugingo, after purchasing the boat, he asked him to show him a place where he would put the boat, a place far from where the soldiers would be posted. And he said he wanted to come to Rwanda, coming from Karehe. He showed him the direction because he was used to the place. And when it was in June or July 2019, he went with a man that he had sent, and when he reached there, they saw the place, but after some time they came back, and they came back with people who had weapons. They got on the boat, and again they gave him $100, and the other person who was with him gave him $100. Joseph said that after seeing these people with weapons, and that he didn't give the information to the security organs in Congo, he says he didn't do it because he didn't know any Congolese soldiers, and he didn't know anyone in Rwanda to communicate this to. And he said that even though he tried to find ways to use, he didn't know that these people had weapons. He didn't know that these people had come to attack on Rwandan soil, because he last heard of them in Karehe when they got on the boat. And when he was helping them, he didn't know that they were fighters of FLN MRCD. So the court, upon examining this defense of Nhabanganyimana Joseph, and his defense, even his request for release on bail, the court finds that he showed Justin the boat to use and the ports that they would use as they would attack Rwanda. Though he denied it, before the investigators, he approved that he's the one who showed them the boat and even the port that they would use. So when he was being investigated, he said that he knew that these people who came from the forest of Karehe, and Bugingo had told him that they would go to Rwanda, and he had accepted this when he was asking for release on bail. So the court finds that all the other evidences around this boat that came from Karehe with crossing over with the fighters of MRCD, it was said, and it was said by Shabani Emmanuel in his hearings. He says that he was given a job by Bugingo Justin. They would sail the boat coming with fighters. He brought the fighters to the river of Kirimbi in Nyamasheke and then went back to Bukavu. And the person who was sailing with him, as it was said by Nizeyimana Mark, he said that there were fighters of FLN who were around 105 who crossed on a boat through the Kivu and came led by Lieutenant Colonel Apollinaire. The court, based on the provisions of Article 108 of the Law of Criminal Procedure and submission of evidence, and Article 119 of the Law of Evidences and submission of evidences. In relation to these articles, the court finds Nabanganyimana Joseph couldn't have looked for a boat and then find a port that the fighters would use to cross, and the day they would cross and be at the port. And they would be entering in the boat if he wasn't in the MRCD FLN. All of these are enough evidences to prove that he was in the terror group, and based on Article 18 and 46, Article 18 of Law 46/2018, the court finds Nabanganyimana Joseph should be found guilty for being a member of a terror group. The court finds that what Nabanganyimana Joseph says, that he didn't know that it would be used in terrorism and that it would be used by FLN fighters. The court finds that all of that defense has no basis because he contradicts himself, because in some instances he says that Justin had asked him that he would take people across over to Rwanda. In other places, he says that Bugingo had told him that the boat would be used for business. So the court finds that even what he says and the statement he gave in investigation, saying that he doesn't know how to read or write, and the statement shouldn't be considered, the court finds that this has no basis, because this meets exactly what he said before the prosecution when he was asking to be released on bail. So he said, in searching for a boat, in searching for a port that would be used, for him to read or not to read those documents, these are regular mistakes, but he still stamped that document. To know if the work of Nsanzibuchire Felicien and Munyaneza Anastase being part of the terror groups FDLR, FOCA and CNLD, the prosecution accuses Felicien and Munyaneza Anastase to be members, accuses them of being members of an illegal terror group, FOCA, from its foundation in 2016, when it got divided into one formed CNLD, which later became FLN. Nsanzibuchire Felicien, in his defense, says that he was in FDLR FOCA but had left and joined CNLD. Munyaneza Anastase, in defense, also said that he was a fighter of FDLR FOCA, and he says, and this is the same that they said before the investigators, even in court when they were asking to be released on bail. The court, based on the provisions of Article 149 of the Organic Law, when Nsanzibuchire Felicien and Munyaneza Anastase joined these terror groups, even though they were in FOCA and CNLD, as it is stated in their statements and in their speeches, even as explained with Nizeimana, Mark, and the others, being part of these terror groups, which were illegal when they joined. They said when they joined, the groups didn't intend to destabilize the peace on Rwandan soil, and that they didn't even know that these groups had the intent of doing that. To know if the acts they committed are part of the association of FDLR, the court finds that the prosecution accused Nsanzobuchire Felicien and Munyaneza Anastase, based on this law, the Organic Law 01/2012 of the 2nd May, when they were in FDLR FOCA. This is the law that was being implemented, and according to the provisions of Article 505 of the Organic Law, being part of a terror group was a crime of being in an association of terror. The law against terrorism of 2018 calls it being part of a terror group. The court finds that Nsanzobuchire Felicien and Munyaneza Anastase, in their hearings, in the investigations, even when they were in court for release on bail, as they had said they had been in FDLR FOCA, when they were apprehended, they had left. They said that they didn't commit any acts of terror and they didn't play any role, but these acts were committed by FLN. And being in FDLR FOCA doesn't mean that they played a role in these acts of terrorism. The court therefore finds that at different times, FDR attacked on Rwandan soil and killed people, destroyed infrastructure, destroyed possessions, properties, either government properties or civilians' properties. This categorizes in acts of terror, and for them being in FDR from the time they were in 2012 to 2016, they should be judged as being members of an illegal terror group as provided by Article 503 of the Organic Law that was being used at the time they committed the crime. The court finds that when they say they were apprehended when they were not in FDR and they had left at the time, being part of a terror group, the court finds that it is not about them being part of a terror group, but they should be punished for being part of the terror group, even though they did not engage in the acts of terrorism, as they say.
So, Emmanuel, Marcel, Nshimimana, Andre, Hakizimana Theogene, were they members of this terrorist organization, FDL, FOCA, MRCD, and were they members of an illegal armed group? The court has found that the prosecution have accused them of these crimes, being a member of FDL, FOCA, from the beginning of the foundation up to the time that it broke into two groups following internal quarrels, and when in any case, from the beginning, he was a member of that organization. He left in 2016, and he joined the group that became later FLN. And this is what he explained during his interrogation, throughout the trial. But he said that he himself was not involved in terrorist orders, and whatever he did was just, or terrorist activities rather, and he was just obeying orders, and that his superior should be the one to be tried for that. The other accused also say that they were members of that group, and then he and the group eventually found that their leaders had separated the organization into two. They just continued, they were obeying orders, but in any case, even when they joined, he himself personally was not involved in any terrorist activities. And he became a soldier in CNL, and he became one of the fighters, and therefore this man, Shimiman Emmanuel, who admits that was a member, but he had joined by force. He joined at 17, and he was abducted from his school and forced to join FLN. And he said that he never joined MRCD because there were two different groups by the time he joined, and that in any case, Nyonzikano Artemon Nyonzima, who was the General Treasury, has explained this clearly. How he joined FDLR is what he was asked when, and he discussed, this issue was discussed or examined rather during the time that he was asking to be released on bail. He said that he was a member of this group from the beginning, and eventually he joined the armed group. But for him, what he joined was not a terrorist organization. Even when the army, the Congolese army, was fighting them, they were just calling them armed groups, not terrorist groups. And he said that he, in fact, only learned about the other groups when the issue was raised within his group. And then he also said that, in fact, eventually he learned that it was a terrorist organization, but he couldn't leave because they were threatened. They were told that if you go, you leave, especially if you go to Rwanda, you will be punished by the authorities in Rwanda, but your family will also be prosecuted. Also, during the time that he was being examined, he said that he joined this organization, he committed terrorist activities, but he ran away and lived with his relatives in Ruchuru. And in any case, he himself was, although he was part of this group, he was in charge of healthcare. His co-accused also said that they lived there, they remained there when they learned that it was a terrorist organization. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't because he was threatened. And also, he may have been manipulated by, you know, the propaganda. But in any case, he couldn't do much because there was something wrong with his arm. His arm had been hurt. And when he was, at the time, when he was asking to be released on bail, he did explain all this, that actually he was not really involved in terrorism. So the these are 4 accused, plus Kizimana Theogene, what they said at the time that they were requesting for bail, it's consistent with what they kept saying. They said that they were members of this group. These groups were terrorist organizations. However, Article 459 of the law that we've been citing, and as it has been explained by other people in connection with other people, the fact of being a member of this organization is proven, and they join this organization knowingly, and knowing that this is an illegal armed group that commits terrorist activities, and they continued being a member of this. So, as the law specifies, the law of 2018 says that these 2 organizations are terrorist organizations, as has been explained in the case of the other accused. And therefore, once these people have admitted being members of these 2 terrorist organizations, therefore they are convicted of this. So the list that of the group that has admitted this membership is therefore guilty of joining terrorist organizations. Now, the criminal code also provides that provides punishment for joining a terrorist organizations. Article 9, especially, of the law against terrorism, stipulates that being a member of such a group means a person who is a member of it or has taken measures to join it knowingly and knowing that it's a terrorist organization. So Emmanuel, for example, Shimimana says that he was forced because he was abducted as a student and forced to be taken there. However, the court has found no evidence of this fact of his abduction. Also, the fact that when he joined and the group separated and created other subgroups, he remained there. He remained with the armed group. So there's no evidence that he didn't know what he was doing. He cannot say that he didn't know it was not a terrorist organization, because he was a participant in activities that were clearly terrorist activities. And also his organization that he was a member of was declared a terrorist organization by the UN Security Council. He said that he was forced and coerced to join, but later on he was manipulated through the teaching and mental magnification, mental coercion. That cannot be founded, because there were colleagues of his who actually left when they found that this is a terrorist organization. Now, regarding Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, was he a part part of this, of a terrorist organization, an illegal armed group. In the case of Ndagijima and Jean Chrétien, these two crimes were established because he was indeed a member of MRCD-FLN from 2016 to the time of his arrest in 2019. And Ndagijima during the trial, I did admit that he was a member of this organization from the beginning, from his founding. But he said that he was there, he remained there because, in part, because of the mental manipulation through their teaching, and second, through the threats that he had of what would happen if they left. And but he did admit that he was a member of this organization during the time he was asking for bail. And Mukandutie Angelina herself, when she was being tried during the trial, did say that she was with this man, Ndagijima and Jean Chrétien, as members of this organization. So that is established. He was a member of FLN. That is also, it is also established that he was in the MRCD-FLN, that terrorist organization. So Ndagijima and Jean Chrétien joined this organization, which means that under the appropriate law, he joined a terrorist organization or an illegal armed group and a terrorist organization. Because he joined this group, he had no other objective. He was supporting an illegal armed group, and he was a member of a terrorist organization as per Article 18 of the Terrorist Act. And therefore, he should be sentenced according to that law. Ndagijima and Jean Chrétien says that he did not join willingly, and that he remained out of fear, but also because they were teaching that manipulated them. That is not founded, because there is no proof that he didn't go willingly. He traveled to and fro from Goma, sent by his father, Nitegeka, to go and collect money at the bank, withdraw money at the bank, or run other errands. Therefore, he cannot say that he didn't know what it was the organization was doing. Regarding his statement of August 20, his father said that it would be very good if he worked hard so he becomes an officer, perhaps a lieutenant or a sub-lieutenant. Because then if he has that grade, it will be good for him when they move to Rwanda, and that is established. But he did say that actually he was a student, a pupil, up to 2007 in a school in the north, in a place called Nyangarama, and that he only joined his father later. But that is that does not mean that he was not a willing part of this organization. Concerning Mukandutie, Angeline was a member of these organizations. During the trial, she admitted that he was in fact a commissioner for youth and women, or women and girls. But she didn't know that it was a terrorist organization. She actually admitted, either during the investigation or during the examination of her case or during the trial, she admitted that was a member of these organizations. Nizeyimana Mark also confirmed this because he said they were together, or rather, he said that there was one Mukandutie Angeline who was mobilizer for women and girls. Also, there was a rule that the girls should learn military, should learn to fight, let's say, because then it would be good to defend the family, defend the village when their husbands are in the forest or at the front somewhere else. That is a fact. Nyirahabimana, Donatil, and Marie Claire have also witnesses who have also confirmed that Angeline was in this organization in charge of women. Therefore, being membership of an illegal organization is a fact that has been supported by evidence. Now, Angeline said that she did not know it was a terrorist organization. She said she only knew when she learned that the young men who used to pray with her women's group, there were young men who used to come and pray. Where are they? She said, and they told me that they had gone off for some action. But it is not a fact that she didn't know, that she had just heard of it offhand, especially since she was a commissioner. She was a commissioner for women and girls, and she worked with the leaders, including Wilson Yategeka. She was the one that who was in charge of mobilizing young women, telling them that they have to come and train as fighters so that they can defend their families when their husbands are in the bush. Therefore, she cannot say that she didn't know. And it has been established that she was a member of an illegal organization and a terrorist organization. The court had that the Lusaka Accord of 99, as well as the DRC Rwanda Accord of Nairobi, November 2017, and also pursuant to a ministerial order of 13th September 2002 concerning the demobilization and reintegration of fighters. It was established based on these three documents that crimes such as theirs have to be tried and cannot be forgiven when demobilizing fighters. It is clear, therefore, that as per the Supreme Court decision In the case of Ingabire Mhoza Victoire and co-accused in 2013, where it states that the fact that the genocide, crimes against humanity, and other crimes, the fact that they were not mentioned does not mean that they will not be tried for those crimes if it is found that pursuant to Article 43 of the Criminal Code, it is found that these people should also be tried for these crimes, because it is not right that some people should be tried only for part and the others for the full list of crimes. No, may I now ask you, read the decision concerning compensations. In the Nyabimata Kivu Uruheru attacks in Nyaruguru, in Kitabi, in Nyamagabe, and Rusizi, in Kamembe, Nyakarenzo attacks where people were killed, wounded, property damaged, burnt, and looted, that these crimes should apply to all those who were in the FLN, whether as ordinary members or leaders, or including those who were not part of the attacks, because they are part of the terrorist organization that committed these crimes. There are a number of these groups who applied for compensation jointly, because they say that the case were the same, because they all suffered, or rather suffered the same consequences. There was also another group that had no resources, and they couldn't find the necessary resources to pursue their case. Therefore, it was decided that since the court has found that this group has filed one single request, just one, and they paid just one fee, as if it were one person, and therefore that was an error, because in any case the procedure was not properly followed, and also the people who applied jointly to the court for compensation, it is not certain that they are in the same circumstances, that they suffered the same, or they have the same claims. Also, they applied once the case had already begun being tried, and so they joined the process when the trial has already started. However, those who were able to prove that they had no resources and therefore joined together in order to save money, that was not an accepted argument, because they are not one person and they are not in the same circumstances. Also, there was another issue that some of them have not paid in time the fee. The accusation was filed much earlier than the time where they paid the fee. Havigimana Jean-Marie Vianney and their lawyers, including lawyer Marie-Louise Kasheba, the case here is that they applied jointly because their cases are similar, and that the law of April 2018 concerning compensation, all the issues of compensation and loss of material properties. The lawyers asked that since the money was eventually paid, they should be allowed to proceed. The case should be allowed to proceed, especially since they joined a case that had already begun. As regard to the law governing legal proceedings and procedures, it is clear that their case can be tried as a case of people asking for compensation, and those people who a group that joined together to present one request. Well, the law on the governs the procedure in the case of material financial compensations. That law provides that a group may sue or be sued, but within the group, each one is individually responsible. However, the file can be presented as one group, a file, and the payment should be the single payment provided for that cases. It has been demonstrated that these people suffered the same fate, the same damages and circumstances, although each one is applying for compensation for particular damages, for particular people who were killed or wounded, for property, so that is personal and individual. It is explained, therefore, that people have applied as a group in the same sense that an association can apply as a group or a family. However, since their loss is really not equal and they didn't lose the same degree or the same items, their case really should not be accepted as one single case, one single application. However, since it had been established that they are mostly very poor people, indigent, the court has been asked to accept as per the law that governs procedure in this case, that a person can apply for compensation at whatever court that is competent. So long as the court is competent, then their case will be heard. compensation procedures are different from criminal procedures. It is clear that you cannot have your case heard if you have not made the proper payment when you applied for a hearing. As regards the actual compensation that is being requested, well, the court has examined the case to see whether those who have died in this attack, or wounded, or abducted, or those whose property was looted, and whether they have proof to show that those properties that were looted were actually their properties. So Nsengiyumva Vincent, who was a worker in the local administration, Nyabimata, has said that during the 2018 attack, he was attacked in his own home. He was very gravely wounded. His car was burnt, and the property in his house were damaged. So he has photograph of his car, a burnt car, and also medical certificates. And it was found that upon examination, found that Nsengiyumva Vincent's car was burnt during the attack. He himself was attacked. He was treated in King Faisal Hospital, where he was transferred by the Butare University Teaching Hospital, and that is established. His car was burnt, and therefore that he should have compensation equal to the value of his car. Which the value, but he said the value was 25,000 at the time, but since it was a four-year-old car, a car of 2014, he should therefore receive 15 million compensation for the loss of the car. Further, as the law governing such procedures stipulates, anybody who sues for compensation should provide proof that he owned those properties. What did he lose or she lose? And how can he prove that he had that property? For example, Nsengiyumva said he had furniture and overall furnishings in his house, but the value that he attached to them is not proven, because it is 5,500,000. He also said, stated the money that he spent when he went to hospital, and he was hospitalized, and he spent money and so on. But he has no papers to prove that he was actually at that hospital. However, he was attacked in his house. He was wounded. The car was destroyed by fire, and therefore he should be compensated to the tune of 6,000, or rather 6 million plus the compensation for the rest of the losses. So in total, 21 million francs also. As regards the properties that was looted, it is difficult to give him compensation because he provided no proof, no evidence. However, his car was burnt. This is the second accused. His car was burnt, or rather his motorcycle. And for that, he received 600,000 francs of compensation, but not for the rest because he was not able to show or prove how much his motorbike was worth.
The court finds that Dominique and Dative did not give evidence, proof that property was looted at Habarurema Joseph's shop, their son, and the value of the property. So the court is unable to give them the compensation they are claiming. It finds that the compensation they are seeking, if they look at Nyabimata Sector Executive Secretary's report, shows that Habarurema Joseph was killed in the attack of 19th June 2018. And there's a death certificate of 16 November 2018. And this shows that Dominique and Dative are his parents. So the loss of their child, for the loss of their child, they need to be compensated as the court will decide, given that what they are seeking is beyond that decision. So the court decides that they are compensated on 5 million for Rugerinyange and 5 million to Dative. The value of the telephone and the money that was stolen from Wapakurira Venist, the court does not have any basis to give that compensation. No proof was given. And about the value of the motorcycle, he cannot get the full amount. It will be decided at the discretion of the court, which will be 600,000 because Nyabimata Sector's executive secretary has written a report, shown pictures of the motorcycle that was burnt down. And about the amount that the motorcycle was going to, the income thanks to that motorcycle, he did not give any proof for that. The court, based on Nyabimata Sector Executive Secretary's report, it finds that Habyarimana Jean-Marie Vianney is among the residents who were abducted by the attackers in Kumuzi village in Ruhinga Cell. They were abducted, taken into Nyungwe forest, carrying the looted property. And based on that report, the court finds that they deserve compensation of 300,000 because of that abduction and having been forced to carry that loot, but he cannot be compensated for the stolen property because he did not give any proof for that. The court finds that the executive secretary's report in Nyabimata that shows that Maniraho Anatol, who was Marie Chantal's husband, was killed in the attack on 19th June 2018. Therefore, he deserves compensation at the court's discretion of 10 million francs for the loss of her husband and because she has to look after their children. She cannot get any more compensation because no proof was given as to the income that the husband had. Based on the same report by the executive secretary, Shumbusho Damascene was among the abductees who were taken into Nyungwe forest. Based on that report, he deserves compensation of 300,000 francs because of having been abducted. However, he cannot be compensated for his property that he alleges were stolen, including clothing, phone, and money, because he did not give any proof. The court finds that the secretary's report shows that Habimana Anastas was among those abducted by the attackers and was taken to Nyungwe Forest. Based on the report, it finds that he deserves compensation of 300,000 francs because of what he suffered. He cannot be compensated for the looted property, including crops, clothing, a telephone, and money, because he did not produce any proof. Based on the executive secretary's report in Nyabimata that says Fidel Munyaneza, Josephine's husband, was killed in the attack of 19 June 2018, the court finds that he deserves compensation of 10 million francs, decided at the court's discretion because of that loss of husband and because she has to care for their children. The court finds that she cannot get any more compensation as per what the husband used to earn, because no proof was produced that the husband used to make 100,000 francs a month, and there's no way to verify that. The court, based on that report by the secretary, that Siborurema Avenues is among the residents who were abducted by the attackers and were taken to Nyungwe Forest. And based on the report, he deserves compensation of 300,000 francs. But he cannot get compensation for the alleged property that were looted, including telephone, clothing, because he did not produce any proof. The same report shows that Ngendakumana David is among those who were abducted by the attackers and was taken to Nyungwe Forest. Based on the report, he deserves compensation of 300,000 francs because of what he went through during that abduction, but he cannot be compensated for the alleged looted property, including crops, telephone, and clothing, because no proof was produced. Based on Article 12, Law 12/2018 of 29th April 2018 about civil proceedings and commercial cases and administrative cases, and Article 3 of 12 June 2004 about evidence, that says that the accused needs, the plaintiff needs to produce evidence. It finds that Haiman Aviateur, Gironsanga Venuste, Beningham Marceline, Nyiraminani Melanie, Nyirahora Godlive, Rohigisha Emmanuel, Nyenwari Cassien, Wangayandusha Jean-Marie Vianney, Semana Saton, Sebagema Simon, Karirangabo Antoine, Nyiragema Josephine, Saguye Jean, Nyirazibera, Ndikumana Calixte, Nyirashyera Kera, Kangabe Christine, Nangwa Hafi, Nyirahabimana, Nyiramana, Habyarimana Damascene, do not deserve the compensation they are seeking because they did not produce any evidence for the property they allegedly were looted, that they were abducted on the way to Nyungwe Forest, or evidence about the amount of time they spent unable to work. Moreover, the report by the executive secretary, which is the evidence we have, does not mention them as being among the people who were victims of those attacks, that attack. And for the attack in Ruheru sector, those seeking compensation, namely Manario Theogène, Gashongore Samuel, Zabirinda Aviateur, Nio Mugaba, Taisaba Edouard, Bigirimana, Baragamba, Rutihunza, Bari Rwanda, Sabiyaremye, Habimana, Sebarinda, Zagibwami, Nkundizera, Habakurama, and Harerimana Emmanuel, basing the compensation on the fact that there was an attack in July 2018 and affected them in various ways because the bullets destroyed some of their property, iron sheeting, the crops, cows, and others were traumatized and they are seeking compensation. Based on law number 12 of 2018 and Article 3 of the law number 15/2004 of 12 June 2004, the court finds that they cannot get any compensation because apart from saying that they were affected by the attack, none of them, those claiming compensation from Ruheru sector, none of them produced any evidence, and there's no report from local authorities that show the property that were damaged by the attack in Kivu sector. Those seeking compensation, namely Gaberura, Dusengimana, Kanyandekwe Venant, Nyiramyasiro, Hagenimana, Sangiyeze, Nyirakomeza, they claim compensation based on the fact that on various dates attacks were carried out in their sector and they affected them, and their loved ones were abducted and they went missing until today, and some property were looted. Based on Article 12 of the law number 22/2018 of 29 April 2018 and 3rd of Article 25/204, as mentioned above, about the fact that a plaintiff needs to provide proof for what they are saying, these ones do not deserve compensation because they did not produce any evidence or the value of their property. So the court cannot decide on any compensation because even the persons are reportedly missing, there's no evidence that they were abducted. About the attack in Nyungwe Forest in Kitabi sector, the court has examined the evidence produced by Yusuf Ndotiye, and it shows that he owned a car for which he's claiming compensation. It was a Golf VW plate number RAC 543A, year 2001. It was burnt down in Nyungwe Forest. If you look at the pro forma invoice that Ndotiye Yusuf produces to determine the value of the car was made on 24th January 2020. The invoice of 2020, there's no proof of the value that it had at the time it was burnt down. Therefore, he cannot get the money he's claiming only based on the pro forma invoice. But at the court's discretion, he should be given 4 million francs. About other forms of compensation he's seeking, the court finds that since his car was burned down and Yusuf had to stay in hiding in the forest because he was scared, and he had no possibility to use a car, he should be given 2.5 million francs and 500,000 francs because of what he spent on this trial. Though he wanted to have more, but he didn't produce any proof for his car to be valued at 20,000 francs in terms of the income on a daily basis. So overall, he should get 7 million francs. Based on the evidence produced by Omega Express Limited, the court finds that 2 Costa buses, public transportation buses, were burnt down in Nyungwe Forest by MRCD FLN fighters. And for that loss, due to that attack, they deserve compensation for the value of the car and the loss they have incurred because they did not have their property to make more money. The car should be, they want the car to be paid back. If they need to be paid, they say they want 11 million francs, as per what Omega Limited representatives said. But the court finds that they should get 40 million francs, even though they wanted 52 million francs. And it's a car, it's a bus that was in use since 1 year, and that one should be compensated 45 million francs. Omega did not produce any proof for more compensation because they say that those buses would have lasted 20 years, and it's not enough to justify the amount of money they are seeking. And based on the fact that the public transportation bus is not in use on a daily basis, but themselves have said that they calculated the daily income approximately, and they did not prove that such a bus would have lasted 20 years, the compensation for the income it would have produced, Omega should have compensation for 33 months, counting from 15 December 2018, when the buses were burnt down, until the court renders a decision. The court finds that the other one, the bus, they should get compensation of 78 million. For the 2 buses, 79 million for the 2 buses that were burnt down, and 500,000 francs for their trouble during this case. So altogether, it's 164 million francs of compensation to Omega. With Alpha Express Limited company, with the evidence they produced, a coaster bus of theirs was burnt down in the attack of 15 December 2018. And for that, they deserve compensation for that loss. They lost their bus, they lost the income it was supposed to generate, and they also deserve compensation for the trouble they went through this case. So the car was in use since 4 years, as they said. So the court cannot be compensated for the value they said, but they need to be compensated with 40 million francs. Another compensation they're claiming, they said that the bus would have been in use for the next 16 years. The court cannot accept that approximation because they will be compensated in the amount that amount for the bus, and they will also be compensated for the next 33 months. And based on the fact that the bus cannot be in use every day of the month, maybe 24 days a month with 50,000 francs a day, so the whole amount should be 33 million francs, and then they would get 500,000 for the trouble pursuing the case. So the full amount to Alpha Express Company would be for 80 million francs and 100,000 francs. The evidence produced by Rudahunga Ladislas, including a certificate death certificate for Mutesi Jacqueline, a certificate that proves that he is the parent, the birth certificate, the deceased's siblings, the receipt for the expenses, the burial expenses. The court found that Mutesi Jacqueline, who was killed in Nyungwe forest, is Rudahunga Ladislas' daughter, and he is claiming compensation for that. She's Kirenga Darius' sister, sibling to Shumbusho David and Rudahunga Dieudonné, who are also seeking compensation, represented by their father. The compensation they are seeking are based on presidential decree of August 2003, due to injuries and caused by vehicles. So what they are claiming is not compensation based on an accident. So we cannot apply that decree. This is about murder during those attacks in Nyungwe forest. And based on the evidence produced by Rudahunga Ladislas, he should get compensation of 5 million francs. 5 million francs. And Mutesi Jacqueline's siblings each would get 2 million francs at the court's discretion, because they had asked for way more. Rudahunga Ladislas should be given 2 million francs, 2,196,200 francs, which is burial fees as per the receipts he has produced, and he should also be given 500,000 francs for the court, the trouble he went through for the case. And Phineas, the evidence produced by Phineas, including Kigeme District report of 16 December 2018, it's a death certificate of Ignace, and it proves that he was burnt. The court finds that his parent, Karagesa Phineas, deserves compensation for the loss of his child, amounting to 5 million francs and 500,000 for the court at the court's for the case at the court's discretion. So the full amount is 5,500,000. He cannot be given burial receipts and related ceremonies because no proof was given. For Nyirayumve Eliane, the evidence she gave, which is a wedding certificate and a medical report from 2018 that shows that her husband, Nezirjayev Samuel, was killed during the attack in Nyungwe forest. The court finds that she should be compensated with 10 million francs for the loss of her husband, and because she still has young children, and 500,000 for the case. However, she did not produce any proof about the income that the husband used to bring home. So the court will because she did not produce any burial fees, any burial receipts. Girabyeyi Desire does not prove the handicap resulting from the attack for the 66 million francs he wants. He says he can no longer work. He is fully incapacitated. The court finds that he sought medical attention for an injury on the left leg due to a grenade fragment, and given that pain and given the fact that he walked through the night in Nyungwe forest, he deserves 2 million francs of compensation and 500,000 for the case. The full amount is 2,500,000. And based on evidence produced by Habimana, did not prove any incapacitation, and the court cannot give him the 68,400,000 he's seeking. And he did not prove that he needs more medical attention for the court to decide on the 50 million he's seeking. However, the evidence Habimana Zelot has produced that he sought medical attention for the grenade injury, and following the fact that he was beaten and abducted to Nyungwe, he deserves compensation of 2 million francs because he's been asking for way more, and he should be compensated with 500,000 for the case. The full amount would be 2,500,000 francs.
The court also finds that in the case there is a medical report of the 3rd December 2018. Azed was tested in Nyamagabe at the hospital, and it was proven in the investigation documents. It was certified that he had a wound on his shoulder, and this wound was caused by the attack led by FLN fighters on the 15th of December 2018 by the FLN fighters. He's also claiming for compensation, and he will receive compensation for 2 million Rwandan francs. He can't be compensated for any other disabilities because the medical report never specified that he got any disability from that attack besides the wound. Again, Kaitesi Alice was tested by the doctor at the Kigeme Hospital in Nyamagabe. It was also made evident that she had a wound on her right leg, and this wound came from the attack she survived, led by FLN fighters in 2018. She will also receive compensation of 2 million because this is what she can receive, this is what she's worthy of receiving, because she never presented any other evidence to prove that she deserved more than that amount in compensation, because she included things that she lost, but there was no sustainable evidence to prove that she lost any items. Again, in the report given by Nyobuhungiro Janine, Nyobuhungiro Janine was killed in 2018, and the mother, Nyirandibwami Marianne, is meant to be compensated for the death of her daughter, and the compensation will be 5 million, but she can't receive what she says she lost because of the death of her daughter, because she didn't explain in detail, nor did she present any evidence. Again, the doctor at the hospital at the university in Butare also presents that Habyarimana Dominic died on the 16th of December 2018, and the medical report says that he had been wounded on his body because he had been shot, and his wife Wambaje Francoise has to receive compensation equaling to she was left with 3 children, and she's going to receive compensation for 10 million, but she will not receive any other compensation because of any other items she states that she lost, because she didn't present any evidence with regards to that. Based on the report of the doctor in Kigeme Hospital, the report states that Mukaba Hillary passed away from gunshots, and as described by her children from the sector of Giheke on the 21st of August. Mukeshimana Diane, Ndikumana Isaac, Alphonsine, Uzaisenga Lilian, Habakubaho Adeline, and Monigaba Richard. They will receive compensation for the loss of their mother, who passed away from gunshots when they were attacked in the forest of Nyungwe, and every one of her children will receive 5 million. But the siblings, Richard, Jean-Marie Vianney, Murengerantwari Donna, Hakizimana Dennis, Rwamihigo Alex, and Nyiragabire Valerie, Semigabo Deo, everyone will receive 2 million in compensation. But they shouldn't receive compensation for items lost or what they used in that period of time that the late departed would have made. Again, based on the report that shows that Yamambabadi Evedast was shot in the forest in Nyungwe on the 15th of December 2018. From that time, he's still going under medical care and treatment, and he will receive compensation for 2 million based on the examination of the court. The court also finds that to do with Nyaminani Daniel, Mugisha Gashomba Eve, Gimba Vianney, and Nibazieremye Samuel, who are asking for compensation and the items that were destroyed, and for the disabilities, that they shouldn't receive compensation because they didn't present any evidence to the court. They didn't even present that they were wounded in the attack in the Nyungwe forest or any other items that they lost in that attack. None can be based on to give them compensation. Based on the attacks in Kamembe and Nyakarenzo Rusizi, based on the report of the doctor on the 7th of October 2020, Nkurunziza Jeanne Pomsen is disabled according to 6%. And based on the reports in Kamembe in October 2020, he was wounded by the grenade, and he will receive compensation because of the pain that he was subjected to and the disability that he got from that attack. and he will receive compensation of 2 million. Again, he will receive 6 million. Again, based on the medical report, Nsabimana Joseph got disabled at 8%. According to the examination and analysis of the court, he will receive compensation equaling 3 million because of the pain and the disabilities that he acquired from the grenade attack. Again, Rutaisire Felix got injury at 24% and disabilities, and based on the Kamembe report, he will receive compensation because of the pain that he experienced and the disability that he acquired from the grenade. And the compensation he will receive is 4 million, but he will not receive any other compensation because he didn't submit evidence to support that claim. The reports of Karenzo Cell also says that there is a double cabin that was burnt down from the attack at the flower plant. So based on this report, he will receive compensation because it is evident that he owned this car, but because he didn't present any evidence to support this, he will receive 5 million. He will receive 500,000 because of the arson attack, but he will not receive the claim he had made before because there is no sustainable evidence. The report also finds that from the medical report on Zeimana Pole, being wounded from a grenade attack, and this report came from a surgeon, he will receive compensation because he is asking for a lot of money in compensation. The court has deemed it fit to compensate him 2 million Rwandan francs. And for the other claims, since there is no evidence to support them, he will not be compensated. The court also finds that Gakwaya Gerard was tested by medical doctors, and in the report given in his file, he showed that he had problems, mental health conditions, where it states in the report that after psychological exam on his mental status, we conclude that he has psychological problems complicated from a mental effect, and he will need mental assistance for 6 months. This report was done on the 7th of October 2010. The court cannot base on the fact that he fled and say that he acquired or he got mental health conditions because of that incident, specifically where he got back problems, especially that the sector level didn't present a report that included him. Therefore, he will not receive the compensation that he is asking for. To know if all the accused who were in MRCD should be the ones to pay for compensation. This was also examined by the court. Article 11 the Article 11 of Criminal Procedure Law, it states that compensation can be paid by those who committed the crime, those who partnered with them in committing the crime, or their accomplice. Again, compensation can be asked of the next of kin of the one who perpetrated the crime. The crime committed should be a crime that has destroyed anything owned by the victim. With regards to paying compensation, all properties destroyed by the perpetrator or the offender, the principle is found in the law and as well as other international laws. Now, in explaining this principle, the court finds that there should be a property or a belonging that was destroyed, and in planning for the compensation, there are those who will examine what was destroyed and the compensation that is required. There are those who base on the main purpose as to why the property was destroyed and the evident reason of the destruction of the property. In giving compensation, the offender should pay for all that they have destroyed, as it has been judged in Rwanda in different cases and in other countries. Based on the above explanations, the court finds that every reason that caused there to be a destruction of property, it should be based in determining the compensation. And given that the attacks on Rwandan soil were done in the MRCD FLN, the plot to instill terror in the civilians, and this terror group couldn't have existed if these acts were not committed, the acts for which the victims are applying for compensation. Given that this was all part of the plan of MRCD-FLN, those who are found guilty of being part of this terror group should cooperate and work together to pay for compensation. The reason as to why any property has been destroyed following a ruling in a case in France, and according to the French law, it states that the reasons should be based in determining the compensation, and due to that, the court deems that Anastase and Félicien were never members of MRCD-FLN and can therefore not pay compensation. After hearing those who are being accused in this hearing, the prosecution has asked for punishment for the defendants, and the court has examined the punishments requested or the sentencing requested. For Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara, the court found that he's guilty of being part of a terror group, playing a role and committing terror acts, denying the genocide, and he's guilty of forgery or forging documents, legal documents. The court found that he's not guilty for forming an illegal armed group or forming relationships with foreign governments with the intent of committing terror acts, receiving funds and gifts for political gain, treason, and encouraging others to commit terror acts, and spreading rumors and ideology against the Rwandan government in foreign countries. But in all the other terror acts, the court has found that they are part of the crime of committing terror acts based on Article 61, Part 2 of Paragraph 3 of the Law 68/2018 of the 30th August 2018 of the Law of Punishments. The court finds that being part of a terror group and committing acts of terror as provided by Article 18 and 19, of which Nsabimana Calixte is guilty of, all with the plot of instilling terror. The court finds that all these crimes are merged together, also with the crime of denying the genocide as provided by Article 5 and Article 6 of Law 59/2018 of 18th August 2018, to do with the crimes and all other crimes related to that. Also the crime of forgery, forging legal documents as provided by Article 277 of the Law of Punishment of Crimes, based on Article 62 in the planning and plot, in the merge of punishment as the judge deems fit, in the concurrence of offenses, the judge will give punishment for each offense, and then all offenses are merged together. And the margins of these offenses and their punishment, the court finds that Nsabimana Calixte, aka Sankara, should be punished for imprisonment of 25 years because that's the punishment for the grave crime committed and of the crimes that he was found guilty for. But because his terror act contributed to the deaths of some people, as provided by the law 46/2018, he should be punished he should be sentenced to life imprisonment. The court also finds that even though Sankara committed acts that contributed to deaths of people based on the crimes he's accused of from the investigations, but he helped the justice system by contributing and giving information, his sentencing will be reduced, and the court finds that Article 60, Paragraph 1, Part 1 of the Law of Punishments in general, as it has been revised till to date, states that based on what is provided by Article 92 and 133 of this law, life imprisonment can be reduced, but it can't go beyond or beneath 25 years.
There is also a possibility for the judge to be lenient if there is cause for leniency, and the law that, or rather, there is a case that was tried by the Supreme Court where Article 133 of the appropriate law be amended to correspond with the Constitution, because it used to provide for the fact that if one is condemned to life imprisonment, there can be no leniency or reduction of pain. That is in contradiction with Article 46 of the law of 30th August 2018 that we have been citing, which says that the judge will impose a penalty or a punishment that is appropriate, but also taking into account the circumstances in which the person committed the crime and also the general behavior of the defendant. And therefore, the judge has all latitude to reduce the punishment, pain. It is also stipulated that if there are causes for leniency, the judge has a duty, a right, and also a duty to take into account those reasons for leniency. And therefore, apart from this Supreme Court case that I've just said, there was also an appeal court case that set precedents regarding the advisability of leniency when there is cause for it. There was a decision that had provided that no judge is allowed to give a punishment that is under the maximum punishment unless there are serious cases for leniency. Not just leniency, but also in the case of a person had, for example, suffered grievous harm and is not satisfied with the verdict and appeals, and if they appeal, the case may turn out that the punishment is lessened or increased. The punishment that is set in the law may be increased or reduced on appeal. For example, Jean de Dieu, a state of homeland versus this other defendant, Bahirwe Geoffrey versus the state. It was found that punishment can be reduced so long as it is not too far removed from what the court or the law states as punishment. The law of 30th of August 2018, as we have been citing, says that Semana Karisaria Sankara should be imprisoned for 20 years because there may have been attenuating circumstances. And therefore, as provided for by Article 73 of this law, also pursuant to a law of April in regard to his papers that he had obtained from Lesotho and telephones and other equipment that was found in his possession should be confiscated. Article 18 and 19 of the law against terrorism, where he was convicted of having joined a terrorist organization and having been involved in terrorist activities, but not accused or convicted of having founded such an organization. Therefore, he is convicted of being a member of terrorist organizations and committing terrorist acts. The paragraph 3 of Article 3 of the law of 2018 against, or of the Penal Code, provides that terrorism, either commission of acts of terrorism or joining terrorist organizations, are crimes of which Rusesabagina is accused and convicted of, especially since his act of terrorism led to death. Therefore, the maximum punishment is justified, especially according to the law of 2018 against terrorism. Given his behavior, where some of the crimes he admitted and he apologized as well, given the fact that this is the first time that he is condemned in a court of law, therefore his sentence should be reduced to 25 based on the appropriate article of the criminal code that provides for the conditions under which our punishment can be reduced. Therefore, 25 years is the period that is set. However, given that there are cases where he wouldn't come to court, he refused to come to the trial, there can be no reduction of these 25 years. Now, Nizeyimana is convicted of joining a terrorist organization and committing acts of terrorism, but not of founding a terrorist organization and also not for colluding with a foreign power in order to commit illegal acts. He will therefore be punished or condemned for being a member of such an organization and committing acts of genocide. The law provides that being a member of a criminal organization, of a terrorist organization, and Article 18 and 19 of the Terrorist Act provide that since all these acts were committed at the same time, being a member of terrorist organization and carrying out terrorist activities, these would lead, as per Article 37 of the law of 2018, he is liable to life prison. However, during his trial, there were attenuating circumstances, and also leniency is called for because he's a first offender. Therefore, maximum sentence will be reduced, and he will be treated with leniency. And he will serve a prison sentence of 25 years. As regards the other co-accused, Byukusenge, Nsabimana, etc., in these cases, the court has found that Bizimana, Batakamba, Shabani, and Nibiramira, Byukusenge, and Nsabimana Jean Damascene are convicted of having joined a criminal or a terrorist organization, having committed acts of terrorism, especially by launching explosive in places where there were a large crowd of people. And therefore, all these crimes are also aggravated by the collusion with the criminals and the fact that they were killed people, and there was a criminal conspiracy and also commission of acts of terrorism. However, Bizimana Kassien has not been convicted of being a founder of a criminal organization, terrorist organization. Further, the fact that these people attacked in various places in the Rusizi province, the way they used to ferry the weapons from Congo into Rwanda and hide them, the way they used to cooperate with FLN troops, and the court has therefore found that although they were convicted of the crimes described, the manner in which they carried out these attacks in a multiplicity of places, the way they used to transfer their weapons from Congo to Rwanda and hide them, the grave consequences of their acts of terrorism, wounding the wounded, the destruction of property, and so on. Therefore, Bizimana, Matakamba, Shaban, Nibiramira, Byukusenge, Jean Damascene are liable to punishment by a 25-year imprisonment, because this is a maximum penalty for that class of crimes. Regarding being a member of a terrorist organization, the punishment ranges between 15 and 25 years. And therefore, 15 years will be appropriate for the first defendant, but given that his criminal activities led to no death, he kept, of course, he had a grenade, but that grenade was seized before it was used. Also, the fact that he admitted a lot of the accusations during his interrogation and trial, and therefore he should benefit from leniency, according to the various precedents, he should be imprisoned for 10 years. Felicien Nzanzibikire Munyaneza Hakizimana Theogene, as regards these defendants, Article 503 of the Penal Code, Nzanzibikire Munyaneza Hakizimana Theogene have been convicted of the crimes of which they were accused, which are punished by 15 to 25 years of in prison, because they have been convicted of being members of terrorist organizations, and also in the case of Nzanzibikire Munyaneza Hakizimana, it was found that there are crimes that they admitted to or confessed to both during the time they were requesting for bail and also during the trial itself. And therefore, they deserve their pain or their punishment to be reduced to 5 years each, as per Articles 77 of the Criminal Code of May 2012, because the law of 2012 is actually the one that has the lesser punishments. So, Nitonda Mukandutiye and co-accused, including Nsengimana Harman, Yemuremye Nirora Kwitonda Mukandutiye, have been convicted of being members of terrorist organization, but they have confessed. They have also assisted the justice in the investigation, and they have also. It has also turned out that they are fast offenders, and therefore, given the circumstances, given all the precedents, either at the Supreme Court or the Appeal Court, 5 years in prison is what would be appropriate. These defendants also are were not convicted of creating a terrorist organization. As regards Banganyimana Joseph, he is convicted of being part of a terrorist organization, 15 years imprisonment, but given the fact that his responsibility was limited to looking for a boat or a pirogue to help them cross, that would justify the reduction of his imprisonment to 3 years. Given also the various precedents that we have cited. well, as regards Manuel and Jean Chrétien, Nshimiyimana, and co-accused, they have been convicted of being members of a terrorist organization, 15 years. But taking into account the fact that they joined at a young age, Nshimiyimana Emmanuel was a high school student, and Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien went there just because his father was one of the leaders, and therefore they accepted, they confessed that they were part of this organization, and also they are first offenders, and therefore Article 16 of the Penal Code and the various precedents that we have cited, the Supreme Court and Appeal Court, 3 years should be their imprisonment, because in any case they have not been convicted of founding a terrorist or illegal armed organization. The verdict: Nsabimana convicted of membership in terrorist organization, of committing acts of terrorism, genocide denial, and the forgery. He was not a founder of a terrorist organization. He was not convicted of collusion with a foreign state. As regards receiving equipment and other resources for the purposes of terrorism, yes. Mobilization for terrorist activities, yes. Rumors and media manipulations and lie, yes. Therefore, he will be in prison for 20 years. And the telephone and the other equipment that he was arrested with will be confiscated. With regard to Rusesabagina Paul, convicted of being a member of an illegal armed group, being a member of terrorist organizations, but he was not a founder of such organization. Therefore, Rusesabagina Paul is sentenced to 25 years in prison. He's co-accused. Has also not been convicted of being a founder of such organization or collusion with the foreign states, therefore 20 years in prison. Bizimana Kasiem Matakamba Shaban Emmanuel Nibiramina Innocent Jukusenge Jean-Claude Simana Jandamasen have been convicted of membership in a terrorist organization, setting off explosives in busy places, and generally contributing in terrorist activities. But he was not the founder of such an organization. Therefore, these people. These people will be in prison for 20 years. Nikuzwe Simeon, convicted of membership of a terrorist organization, and therefore 10 years in prison. Msanzu Wikire Felicien Munyaneza Anastasia Kizimana Theogene, convicted of membership in a terrorist organization, but not of creating or setting up such an organization. Punishment for Msanzu Wikire Munyaneza and Kizimana, 5 years in prison. Nhabanganyimana Joseph, Sengimana Harman, Muremye Emmanuel, Niyirora Marcel, Kwitonda André, Shimimana Emmanuel, Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, Mukandutiye Angelina, are convicted of membership in a terrorist organization. Nsenyimana Herman, Yamuremye Emmanuel, Niyirora Marcel, Kwitonda André, Shimimana Emmanuel, Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien were not convicted of creating a terrorist organization. Nsanzimana Herman, Yamuremye Emmanuel, Niyirora, Kwitonda, Mukandutiye Angelina are each condemned to 5 years imprisonment. Ntabanganyimana Joseph, Nshimiyimana Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien, 3 years imprisonment. The court rules that those who have been sued for compensation, all of them except Nsanzu Mwikire, Felician Munyaneza and Anastase, should jointly compensate Vincent Nshimiyimana the amount of 21,500,000. Havugimana 600. Rugenyange RwandaTV 5 million each. Jarimana Jean-Marie Vianney 300,000. Gabriel Marie Chantal 10 million. Chumbusho Damascene 300,000. Nsaimana Anastase 300,000. Mukashaka Josephine 10,000. Sibarulema Venus 300,000. Nindakumana David 300,000. The court orders that Ndutia Yusuf be paid 7 million. Omega Express Limited 164,700,000. Alpha Express Company Limited 90,100,000. Kirenga Darius, Maurice Adeline, Shubusho David, Rudahunga Dieudonné, represented by Rudahunga Ladislas, 2 million each. Karigesa Phineas, 5,500,000. Nirayum Vaidian, 10,500,000. Nirajeri Desire, 2,005,000. Desire, the same. Azel, New Nigeria, 2 million. Kaitesi Alice, 2 million. Nyandibgami, Marianne, 5 million. Wambaje Francoise, 10 million. The 5 children of Mukabahizi, represented by Monigawa Richard, Mkeshimana, Diane, Kumana, Kandutiye, Liliane, Habakubaha Delin, each one 5 million. The 7 brothers of Mukabahizi, Monigawa Richard, Fugabagabo, Murenje Ntwari, Akizimana Denis, Bamigo Rexin, Nyirangabire Valeri Semigabo Deo, 2 million each. The court orders that Jean Nepomucene and Nkurunziza receive 3 million, Saimana Joseph 3 million, Taisiri Felix 4 million, Mahoro Jean Damascene 5 million, Zeimana Paulin 2 million. The court orders that decides that no compensation shall be provided to Yambavariye Vedas, Nyamenani Daniel, Mugisha Gashumba Yves, Vimba Vianney, Kibaziarimwe Samuel, and Viateur, Venus, Veningham Marceline, Nyiraminani Melanie, Nyirahora Godelive, Ruhigisha Emmanuel, Cassien Jean-Marie, Vianney Straton, Rusesabagina, Viateur, Joséphine, Nsaguye Jean, Nyirazibera Dativa, Ndikumana Viateur, Calixte, Ndikumana, Nyirashirakera, Theophila, Kangabe Christine, Nanga Hafi, Vestine, Belansila, Yamana, and Damascene, Habyarimana. And those from Ruheru will not receive compensation either. Diogene, Nzabarinda Viateur, Nyumugaba, Edouard, Nzayisenga, Bigirimana Fanuel, Daragamba Rutiriza Enos, Rwanda Innocent, Sabireme Pascal, Habimana Innocent, Sebarinda Emmanuel, Nzagibwa Yoram, Nkunizera Damascene, Habakurama Gracien, Harimana Manuel. The same with those from the Kivu village, Ngabere Emmanuel, Dusenyimana Solange, Kanyandukwa Venand, Nyiramyasiro Veridiana, Hajinimana Patrice, Ntangeze Emmanuel, and Nyirakomeza Claudine, and Gakwaya Gerard from Nyakarenzo. The court decides that those who are in prison do not need to pay the fees, but those who are liable to a fee have to pay it in time. It has been so decided on this date of 2021, and the lawyers and the court registrar have all approved the verdict. I think we have now completed the reading of the verdict. Let us all wait for the registrar to complete their paperwork so that we all complete the work before we leave. Thank you.
Nimutuze dusoze neza, nimutuze abasinye dutuze.
Sabimana Calixte.
Sabimana Calixte and the council, please step forward. Bizimana Cassien, Bizimana Marc. Council Murekatete Harriet, Sengimana Herman, and attorney Ruggiero Jean.
Sanzubukire na Munyaneza Anastase umwunganizi wabo.
Mukandutsi Angeline Matakamba Jean Berkimas n'umwunganizi wabo nimba hari Maître Mukaruzagiriza Chantal.
Kwitonda André na Hakizimana Theogene.
Mufti yawe.
Maitre Twaje Mahoro Henimani.
Matakamba.
Kwitonda André, Hakizimana Theogene, Ndagijimana Jean Claude. Jean Chrétien. Zukarabe.
Shaban Emmanuel Nsabimana Jean Damascene alias Motage n'umwunganizi wabo nimba hari Maître Uwimana Shani.
Zukarabe.
Shaban Emmanuel.
Sabana Jean Damascene.
Maître Uwimana Shani yaza gusinya. Shimiyimana Emmanuel Nirora Marcel Yamuremye Emmanuel n'umwunganizi wabo nimba hari Maître Uramije James.
Nikuzwe Simeo Ntabanganyimana Joseph Ntibiramira Innocent na Maître Ngamije Kirabo Guide. Zukarabe.
Shimiyimana Emmanuel. Nirora Marcel. Yamuremye Emmanuel.
Nikuzwe Simeo. Ntabanganyimana.
abaregera indishyi Ndutiye Yusuf Nsengimana Vincent Alpha Express ihagarariwe na Nkundizera Bertin Omega Express ihagarariwe na Hakizimana Tasi nabo baza gusinya.
Merci yaje uriya. Yaje. Ntibiramira. Abasinya yaje.
Ntabwo yaje.
Okay, mwakoze cyane kwiha.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being patient. This is the end of today's proceedings.